Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a special session called by the Rutherford County Board of Commissioners, and we will call its meeting to order, and we're going to ask Commissioner Turner to lead us in prayer, and then let's see, I believe Mr. P, you may be up for the pledge to the allegiance to the flag.
Let's stand, let's pray, please. Father, it is good to be here again, and we're thankful for the privilege that you've given each one of us, Lord. And I just ask that tonight, with a special session being called, that you give each one of us an understanding about the questions that we need to ask and the dialogue that needs to occur with the candidates. And we're thankful that there are men and women in our community who are active and engaged in this process, and we're thankful for those who have submitted their names for consideration. I just ask that you be with each one of us tonight as we make our decisions and questions that we might have, that we honor those who have elected us, and more importantly, we honor you with what we say and with how we act and the way that we conduct ourselves tonight publicly. And I ask this in the name of your Son, Jesus. Amen.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Madam Clerk, will you please call our roll?
Commissioner Schaefer? Here. Commissioner Piercy? Here. Commissioner Jordan? Here. Commissioner P? Here. Commissioner Cook? Here. Commissioner Jernigan? Here. Commissioner Cush? Here. Commissioner Reed? Here. Commissioner Gurley? Here. Commissioner Turner? Here. Commissioner Allen? Here. Commissioner Stevens? Here. Commissioner Johnson? Here. Commissioner Baum? Here. Commissioner Nipper? Here. Commissioner Dodd? Here. Commissioner Phillips? Here. Commissioner McAdoo? Here. Commissioner Kaplan? Commissioner Gooch? Here. Commissioner Sereno? Here. We have a quorum, 20 present.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, I may belabor this point just a little bit, but so that all of our qualified candidates and all of our commissioners know precisely what we're doing, I'm going to refer you to the page in your booklet that refers to the process that was defined and approved by you at the December 15th, 2016 meeting. And as I go through this, I'll have a few editorial comments that will help us clarify exactly how we're going to do this. Our qualified candidates will be sequestered in the finance workroom and in the finance director's office, and they will be brought in one at a time. And Ms. Stevenson and her staff members will be ones coordinating that. The candidates are not to use the cell phones or other electronic devices to view or listen to other candidates' pre-deliberation statements. And Ms. Stevenson and her group will monitor that as well. Now, each qualified candidate in alphabetical order will be given up to 5 minutes to address the following 5 leadership questions that you have seen here, and any other remarks they choose to make in the allotted time. Now, on this podium, there is a timer, and the candidates will be able to see that timer count down as we go forward. After 4 minutes and 30 seconds, there will be a beep just to alert the candidates that 30 more seconds and their time will be up, and there will be a continuous beep after that 5-minute mark. Now, I won't read the 5 leadership discussion points. They are to have prepared with them their answers to those 5 questions, and they'll have those in writing, and when each of those comes in, they'll bring their written comments, and Ms. Stevenson and her group will pass those out to each of you. So you'll have, before they start their comments, your written copy of what they're going to tell you with respect to that. Okay. After each qualified candidate has completed their initial presentation, the commissioners, all of you, will be given the opportunity to ask questions to clarify or gain additional information. Now, this could get a little bit difficult, but anyway, I'd like for us to sort of share this responsibility and don't one person start and ask 10 or 15 or 20 questions. Let's sort of move this through where maybe you can pick one or two questions or maybe a follow-up question to make this a little bit more orderly so that we can have some broad base of participation. Be brief on your questions. Be concise. Do not dwell on extended questioning of the same issue that might be on the table or might have already been discussed. Now, this is sort of my point, and I've mentioned this a bit to Josh, but it'll be pretty easy to wander off into a deliberations area. So it says, however, no deliberations may be made at this time, so we cannot be deliberating toward a decision. So if you ask a question and you get a response, it would be inappropriate for you to say, I think that was a good answer, or I don't agree with that. That would be wandering into the deliberation area, and we're not going to allow that. During this phase, the objective is to gather information only. After all the questions have been asked by the commissioners and the candidates have answered, the meeting will adjourn. And this is just a reminder, and I'll probably say this at the end of this session. There should be no deliberation or communication between commissioners between this special call meeting on today and the regular commission meeting that's coming up on the 12th. All right. Therefore, I want to be sure that we have who's here among our qualified candidates, and so I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll on the 12 people that we have identified here and be sure that you're all here. So most of them are standing up here, but just say, raise your hand or whatever and step forward and say present or here as she calls your name, please.
Dale Armour. Here. Roy Brewer. Here. Michael Fitzhugh. Here. Virgil Gammon. Here. Matthew Harvey. Here. William Kennedy. Here. Sean Lennart. Here. Keith Lowry. Here. Thomas Sism. Here. Max Thomas Jr. Here. Thomas Thompson III. Here. William West. Here. All 12 present.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, all those preliminary disclosures now being made and everyone is present and accounted for. If all of our candidates would go through this door right over here, if you can see Ms. Stevenson, and she will direct you, and Ms. Nolan has made these places as comfortable as possible with a wonderful amount of available reading material, etc. And Ms. Stevenson may give them a few directions in there, and then Sonia, you will bring out, after you've got them comfortably seated, our first candidate, please, Mr. Armour.
Mr. Mayor, are we ever a time limit after each individual candidate?
You have not set any time limits forth as far as the time that you have to ask questions. Now, if you'll bear with me from time to time, if I see us wandering off on the same question or being repetitive, I might try to remind you of that, okay?
And we are not to ask any questions until their 5-minute presentation is.
Yes, sir, we're going to give them that first opportunity.
Not sure if Mr. McCurry can answer this, but our questions do not have to be limited to necessarily the 5 questions or 6 questions that the candidates are referencing. We can bring up questions related to potentially a different topic as long as there's no dialogue.
Yes, sir. We have put no limitations on the depth or breadth of those questions you may ask.
Thank you.
And Mr. Armour, just give these ladies time to get this information passed out, please. Do you have another one?
If there's extra,
Josh would like one if you have an extra one. And give one to the clerk, please. All right, Mr. Armour, you may proceed, please.
Mayor, members of the commission. My name's Dell Armour. I'm a 37-year law enforcement veteran. Started my career here in Murfreesboro at the police department a long time ago. I've been with the state for 30 years. I'm currently a Tennessee Bureau of Investigation agent. 2 years ago, I ran for sheriff because I was concerned with what was going on at the sheriff's department and really saw an agency in peril at that time, and I wanted to do something. So to answer your questions here, I guess is probably the best way to go. What's the sheriff's position? He's a constitutional officer. He is concerned with the statutory information that he has to work through by the Constitution. He does normal law enforcement duties. He's a keeper of the jail, which is probably going to be the biggest thing, responsibility to sheriff for this a county this size. Protection of the courts, and he also has to do something with the civil and criminal papers. My leadership style is very simple. I'm collaborative. I want to work with you as a commission. I want to work with the other department heads. But what I do is I find out what the issue is. I determine what we're going to need. I bring in buy-in, put things on the table, develop a plan of action, and that's my management style. If I can get the employees to buy into what we're trying to do, it works out better for us. I also have a very simple philosophy. And you can accomplish a whole lot if you don't have to worry about who gets the credit for it, and I don't care if I get credit or not. I'm not very much on a self-promotion person. My three priorities, and this is probably the most important thing I see out of the questionnaire tonight. We've got a budget issue, we've got a morale issue inside the department, and we have a major issue with the jail. What I have done is I have assembled a small team who has agreed to come to work. They're going to fill in some positions that are already open, so there won't be an expansion. They've got 50 years of experience working in detention and state prisons. They're going to assist me with the problem of getting the jail back recertified. It is I'm going to use the TCI expansion, or I'm sorry, the TCI as a roadmap. What needs to be done? We can go by letter and get the jail recertified. I'm going to rely on experience to get these things done. I was told a long time ago, I don't need to know how to do everything, I just need to know people who know how to do it. And I've got people in place that are ready to walk in the door Thursday night and get our jail recertified. As far as morale, I'm going to make sure our employees are respected. I'm going to make sure that they have a hope. They need hope to make sure that their careers are going to go forward. We're going to make sure that we acknowledge good work. Any bad work or work that's not quite up to par, we're going to provide training for them, bring those positions up. We're going to counsel those dedicated employees that maybe not quite reaching the bar yet. We're going to do everything we can to make sure they do. I think also that we're going to have to make sure we get the public's buy-in on this. You cannot take a patrol officer, this is an example, you cannot take a patrol officer in your office, mistreat him in roll call, and expect him to treat the public well. I'm a firm believer in that. My employees are going to be treated well. They don't have to worry about me walking in the door. I'm not coming in to clean sweep the place. I want to work with what we've got. There's a lot of good, dedicated people. We had a few people that caused some problems. They're being removed. Let's go with what we have now. I also would like to work with the mayor's office, this commission, to make sure we get everything done, Ms. Nolan and Ms. Stevenson. I think the second question to me is, why am I interested in this position? Like I said, 2 years ago I saw there was a problem. This county is the greatest county you can live in. My kids go to school here. I've got grandkids going to school here. We have everything we want in this county. We got good leadership, we got good schools. We've got a black eye. I want to fix that black eye. I'm not pointing fingers, it's just time to fix what we've got, put the past behind us, and make it work. I wanted to run 2 years ago to fix that, and that was my goal then. The citizens of this county have given me a fantastic career. Y'all got my background in front of you. I'm trying to give back to Rutherford County. You are drawn to this floor tonight because of your service. My service is law enforcement. That's what I was drawn for. I would not do well sitting in your chair, but I feel like I can do the best job I can for your sheriff's department, and it is your sheriff's department. It's not the sheriff, it's the sheriff's department. It's our county, and I want to make sure I return that back to them, to you and the citizens here, accountable and open.
Was that the last buzzer then? Okay. All right. Now, Mr. Schaefer, you have risen first, so you may ask the first question here.
Mr. Armour, just a simple question.
Yes, sir.
And it's, I wonder, have you ever made a tour of the jail out here? And if so, what were your observations?
I found there were some very good people there. And as far as a tour, most of the time it's when I'm bringing somebody in. But I've also had the opportunity to go into a lot of different jails, so I see what's good and what's bad. I've worked with a lot of sheriffs across the state of Tennessee. Right this moment, I am assigned to the U.S. Marshal Service as a fugitive investigator, so every day I go out and arrest people, so I'm in the jails. I'm not trying to get away from your question. I'm just trying to tell you that I've got something to compare Rutherford County to. In the last 2 years, I tried to avoid any type of conflict of interest because I did run for sheriff, and I have not been inside the jail in 2 years because of that. I've tried to step back to make sure that there wasn't any conflict with the ongoing investigation.
Mr. Cush and then Mr. P., please.
Mr. Armour, have you ever worked for the Rutherford County Sheriff's Department?
No, sir.
Tell me how you get your hands around day one, week one, month one, all the priorities that fall into place. How do you grasp that?
First thing I'm going to do is we're going to set up and start talking to all the employees. I want to set up probably would be a survey. That's initially. If I start getting surveys back and I start seeing what the employees are saying is our number one problem, and then I've got something to attack. There's also, we have been doing things the same way in this county for a long, long time. I'm not an insider. I'm an outsider. The old saying, you can't come in, you see the forest for the trees. I get to walk in from the outside and look in and say, I can see something that we don't necessarily need to do anymore. I will tell you this, I'm going to be the wise sheriff. why are we doing this? Why are we doing it that way? Why can't we do it better? Or why are we even doing this at all? It's something I think, and that's how I'm going to approach that. Put everything together, work with you, and I say you, this body, the mayor's office, to make sure that we have everything that's done right. I'm a taxpayer. I live here. I pay taxes just like we do. I do not want money being spent that's not necessarily needed to be. And I think by doing an audit, we'll be able to do that.
Last question. In my personal scorecard, as I ranked all these candidates, you may admit, and you sort of admitted, your weakness is in the detention side, on the jail side.
Yes, sir.
Which is the big elephant in the room.
Absolutely.
In our sheriff's department. And if I understood you correctly, you plan on assembling a team of experts in that field.
Already have.
Are those outside folks, or are you going to give the opportunity to some folks that are currently in the Sheriff's Department now that could be experts or have had experience in that role now? Would you give them an opportunity to at least voice and assist you in that jail side?
Absolutely. The team I've assembled will be working with the current employees. We're not going in there to clean house. We want to make sure that everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing. I think for the last several years, apathy has ruled the Rutherford County Sheriff's Department, and we need to get away from apathy. So yes, sir, I am going to work with the employees. As long as they're dedicated in doing what we're paying them to do, they've got a good job there.
Mr. P.
Well, I had a couple of questions, and Dale, you actually kind of answered the first one. Is basically was, when were you aware of improprieties at the sheriff's office, and what did you do? And basically, you said you weren't happy with what was going on and ran for office.
Yes, sir.
I'd kind of take that as an answer, unless you want to expound on that. But I do have one more question afterwards.
I'm understanding what your question is. When did I start realizing that there was a problem there?
Right.
Mr. P, 2 years ago, I wasn't on the radar to run for sheriff. Some businessmen in town invited me to breakfast one morning and asked me to run. And they told me that there was problems at the jail. They were concerned about the way it was being managed. And I told them right now, I said, look, I'm a law enforcement officer, been a law enforcement officer my whole life. I'm not a politician. Never have been, wouldn't even know how to begin to run. But it was brought to my attention by some businessmen, and not only that, but when you work for the state, you work around other law enforcement officers all the time, and you start hearing people start talking. So I knew there were some issues. As far as criminal activity, when I ran 2 years ago, I was not aware of any.
Thank you. And I intend to ask all the candidates that, especially since we have, I think, at least 4 that are internal to the Sheriff's Department. The other thing I wanted to ask was, you're on the outside of this department looking in versus people that we've got inside this department. Why would someone from the outside do a better job from someone on the inside that already knows about some of the problems and, the personnel? And to me, well, I'll just leave it to that, at that question.
I understand your question, sir. What we've had for 20 years, if we keep doing it the same way we've done it for 20 years, we're going to have the same thing for 20 years. It's time for a change. As far as what's going on inside the Sheriff's Department, if people that work inside the Sheriff's Department now knew what was going on, they should have already started fixing it. And if they haven't been able to repair it now, it's time to bring somebody in from the outside. Management that gets you in trouble is not the same management that gets you out of trouble. Yes, sir.
Who would like to speak next? Mr. P, are you, not Mr. P, Mr. Reed, are you suggesting you want to rise?
Mr. Arnold, you keep mentioning this task force. Can you give us some type of identity to who this would be or who this would be made up of?
I've got 2 people that are, as far as my initial people doing work inside the jail. Is that what you're asking?
Huh?
Respectfully, they're employed right now, and Thursday night I'd be glad to tell you. But right now, in a public forum, I wouldn't want to. But I can tell you this. One of them is a major with a large sheriff's department, has a lot of inside jail administration of a jail larger than ours. The second one is an ACA certified inspector who will be able to go in and immediately get us up to par with what the TCI standards are.
What is an ACA?
American
One more
Correctional.
time.
For clarification.
I'm sorry. I'm a cop. I use acronyms. Sorry.
Just one more question. As you mentioned there, a lot of times we talk about we're not politicians, and I think just about a lot of us will tell you that too. Just want to ask you, I know you're a family man. Is your family ready for this?
They are. I've got a good family. My wife is a great agent's wife. She has no problem with me being out all hours of the day and night.
Let's see. Mr. Piercy, I believe, and then we'll go back to Mr. Turner.
Very early in your comments, you mentioned that there was a problem with the budget. Would you like to elaborate on that?
What I was getting across was, or I was trying to get across, sir, is that I think that our budget is $40 million, I think the last time I looked. I think it's time we go in and see how our money's being spent. There may not be a thing wrong, but I think it's time we make a really good, serious audit internally. I will tell you this. Thursday night, if y'all appoint me as sheriff, the days of y'all being told half-truths are over. I'm going to tell you right exactly the way it's supposed to be. Even if it's bad, I'll tell you. I'm going to work with you. But specifically on the budget, no, sir. I just think that when you've got that much money and with things that's going on, it's time that we look at, make sure it's being spent correctly.
Thank you.
Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Armour, just a quick question. A lot of what we're talking about relates to some of the official capacity of the job, and I think one of those things that sometimes gets lost, but it's probably needed now more than ever, would be what is your plan to re-engage the community to allow the community to rebuild that trust that's been broken with the Sheriff's Department? I understand you can't possibly name all the things that you might do, but I certainly think it's a proper question to ask about how are you going to re-engage the community to rebuild that trust that's been broken.
I'm going to make the Rutherford County Sheriff's Department an agency that people want to come to. We're going to set up a recruiting. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation doesn't pay that well, but we have a very good reputation, and we have a lot of applicants. I want the Rutherford County Sheriff's Department to be the same way. Once internally the Sheriff's Department is proud of themselves, but also there's going to be some outreach. I think it's in some of my information you have there. I want to make sure we're having some public outreach. You know, coffee with the sheriff. People are going to see me. I will tell you this. You won't see me out here making traffic stops. You won't see me in here in a uniform. I'm going to be wearing a suit and tie, but I want to be approachable, and I'm going to be out in the community. I want to talk to people. I want to know what's going on. Not only do I want to know what's going on, I want to know how we can help. I would like to do something. One of the things I think we can help the community with, we've got an issue with, well, we've got 865 beds, something like that. It's a revolving, criminal justice is a revolving door. It keeps going, you know, you arrest somebody, you arrest somebody, you arrest somebody. We need to stop that. You know, if the minor people, you know, the minor violations, if we can come up with some way to help them, get them reconnected with society, I think that's going to help something with the public too. We're not putting as many people in jail, we're giving them a hope. I think that's one way I'd like to try that, but I do want to be open and accountable, but I also want the public to know that I'll listen to what they got to say. Yes, sir.
Other questions?
I just got warmed up. Come on, give me something.
You're not quite off that easy.
Okay.
Ms. Allen.
Ms. Allen.
I wanted to follow up on one of the questions that I think you just gave an answer to, and it was, we were talking about the recruiting staff. We do know that salaries are an issue, and so recruiting and retaining staff, I'd like for you to talk about that a little bit, some specific things that you would do, because it's very expensive, as you know, to lose staff, and that seems to be one of the big problems that we're having, is that with the turnover rate that we've got going on, we're just not keeping them. So we're having trouble filling the roles, and then when we do fill them, we're not keeping them. So.
One of the things that I see, once we get inside there and make the Sheriff's Department a good place to work, you're going to have people who want to stay there. I started out in Murfreesboro because this was my home. We've got a lot of good people in this. We've got an MTSU campus over here. People want to go to work, but they want to go to work for some place they can be proud of. We're going to make that place a place they can be proud of. What's the old saying, flogged to morale proof? That's not going to happen. I believe in treating people very nice, very fair. They will see me all hours of the day and night. I think I'm going the right direction with your question. If I can make the internal staff realize that they work at a good place and project that, then we can start attracting quality employees. Not to say we don't have them, but we need to take the ones we've got and make them as good as they can be, so we'll attract more better people. And the recruiting thing is something I'm very much interested in. When I was at the FBI Academy, they talked about we need to recruit from junior high to get them to understand it. Law enforcement's not a bad thing to be into, and we live in a community that's really pretty pro-police, if you don't mind me saying it that way. So if that answers your question.
We've had several expensive lawsuits that have been instigated by that sheriff's department. You are an independent office, and so you don't answer to the county commission, you don't answer to the mayor. You don't have to rely on the county HR department. Have you given any thought to how you'll go about making responsible HR decisions to prevent those kinds of things from happening again?
Ms. Stevenson and I will become very good friends. We will make sure that the employees, number one, that they're treated correctly. Sometimes it may be we're going to have to terminate somebody. We're going to do it correctly. One of the worst things in the world is to go after somebody with malice. There's not going to be that. Not only that, and you brought up a point I'd like to expound upon. You said something about the sheriff as an independent. Yes, by the statute, by the Constitution, he is. The days of 940 being a silo are over. I want to work in here with you. I want to work with the mayor's office. I want to work with the other people in the community. I don't like being out there by myself. I want to make sure that you have what you need to do the job, and I get what I need to do the job. And there's going to be times we're going to disagree, but we're still going to disagree as friends.
Have you given any thought to how you'll handle any sort of interference by Sheriff Arnold? And then this is my last question. Can you tell me a leadership decision that you've made in the past that you wish you could change?
As a TBI supervisor, in 7 years, I had an agent pass away. I had a fatal officer-involved shooting. I had to fire a good friend. I had to terminate someone else that I hired thinking they were going to be good. Those were not pleasant times. We got through them. One of the best things I probably ever did as a supervisor, I know I'm flipping the question on you, is that I had an agent involved in something that was a really good agent, mentally was not prepared for what happened to him. And I was able to get him the right help. He is a very productive agent. That is probably, if I look back on my time, that's what I'm proud of. If I could change something, probably the first 2 months of supervision. Yeah, you make mistakes, but you learn, and probably the first couple of months, it was not. TBI is a very flat organization where you're used to having corporals and sergeants and deputies and captains and all that. TBI is only about 4 positions between a brand new agent and the director. So everybody at TBI is trained to be a leader because that's what we have to do. Not only that, there's not that many of us. So when we're out here working in these counties, we're actually leading other agencies to get something done. That's something that we were taught from the very beginning. That's something we worked on. And I will tell you, if you're trying to, what's the saying about trying to give a command to somebody else's dog, it really doesn't work. When you start having to work with other agencies and get them to buy into what your program is, you get to be very good at that, or you don't succeed. I've been there 30 years.
Hey, we're going to let you go with one more. Yes, sir.
I thought you might say you regretted that you should have run as a Republican instead of an independent back 2 years ago.
Actually, I would have, but I was under the Hatch Act and I couldn't. I had to run as an independent.
All right. As big as this county's getting, I kind of view the sheriff maybe be more of an administrator than a law enforcement. Yes. You've talked a lot about your law skills, and your thick paper here talks about law. And by far, you're probably the highest security clearance of any of the applicant in this large binder here. Talk to us about your admin skills. How can you run a county this big and a department this big?
I ran a statewide sex offender registry program. I had to, not only did I have the employees there at TBI, I had to work with all of the sex offender components in all 95 counties, and including had to work with the federals. That was something that you develop a good administrative part of it at that time. But probably the one thing that I've done that brings this to the table, I'm a problem solver. That's the way I like to be. And Thursday night, I hope you're going to let me solve the problem that we have in the county. If I can take My administrative details are, you find out what you got to do, you find out what resources you've got to do them with, you work within those resources, and that's kind of how I do my management.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Mr. Armour, I have a kind of a twofold question. I think a lot of the commissioners here are aware, and the public also, the top-heavy organization in rank. You're very familiar with the span of control,
yes, sir,
et cetera. Your thoughts on reorganization in that category also. Inherently, departments will develop a lot of feel-good programs versus necessary programs. Your thoughts on analyzing that and addressing your needs and priorities first, and then your wants.
As far as top-heavy, I would prefer to push those top-heavy empty positions down, put more people on the road. I think we can probably get by with a whole lot less at the top than we have. The feel-good programs, we're going to evaluate every program inside the Sheriff's Department. If it's not something that the Rutherford County citizens need, we're not going to do it. If Rutherford County needs it, we're going to do it. And if I can find another agency, for example, I said something a while ago about I'd like to stop this revolving door inside the jail. If we can find an agency outside, a private agency or private agencies who will work with us, that we can push this out, there's no reason for taxpayers to pay for it, I'm all for that. I like finding someone else to pay for our stuff, and if I can do that. One of the things I'm going to bring to the table here, working for the state, I had to work with other agencies, and I know where there's money available that we can bring in to help Rutherford County that doesn't, yes, it comes out of our pocket as federal taxes, but we can keep our money here as best we can if I can find money outside, and I'm going to do that. I would like, and I said I'd like to squash the top of the, is that a word, squash? I would like to push down the top heaviness, but we will have a grant coordinator, not only to start seeking grants, but also to make sure that we are handling them correctly, that I don't have to come running here and go, we screwed up, I got to have money to get back to them. We're going to have it handled, and it's going to be handled correctly. Did I answer all of them? Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, I don't see anyone else wishing to speak, Mr. Armour, so thank you very, very much for your participation and your answers. And we will excuse you back from which you came, and then Ms. Stevenson, if you will escort him back and bring us another one on.
Thank you.
Bring Mr. Brewer, please. Okay, welcome, Mr. Brewer, and you may proceed and make your comments as you feel appropriate.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor Burgess. I appreciate this opportunity. My name is Roy Brewer. I'm the Associate Chief at Middle Tennessee State University. I'm a 33rd year law enforcement. The last over 29 years has been Middle Tennessee State. I've been second in command for over 18 years. So I've been around for a while. Some of you may not know me, but within the campus community, I've been there for a pretty good while. Appreciate this opportunity, and the reason I'm here is because I felt a calling, and I'll get into a little more detail with that in a little bit. As you're reading my 5 leadership questions, I'm going to kind of cover some of those questions, but I'm going to talk outside the lines a little bit too. And the first question, of course, please summarize your understanding and philosophy of the purpose, the duties of the sheriff. And my philosophy is quite simple. The sheriff should be a confident but humble servant of the people he provides services for, and must lead the department with respect and by example. The sheriff has the responsibility of being the head law enforcement officer in the county. And with that, it brings a lot of other duties and responsibilities. The sheriff has the responsibility of the service of criminal and civil process. And having come from a sheriff's department years ago in my hometown, it was one of the things that we didn't like to do, but it was very much an art form, and there are people who are very good at it, and it's very necessary. The sheriff has the obligation to maintain a positive working relationship with the county mayor, the county commissioners, and any and all other county officials. I think that's critically important. Coming from a campus environment, we have divisions or sections or departments, but our job is all over campus. We don't stand alone. To do our job, we have to work with student affairs, and it can be a joy. And in the world of law enforcement, and especially the specialized law enforcement, our community doesn't get old. Our community, we may have faculty that stays around for quite a few years, but this is not a community that stays there for 25, 30, 40 years, typically. So you have to have a good relationship with people in the cross-section so that you can do your job, help them do their job, and that relationship is very important. And I pledge that that's something that will not suffer nor struggle, the relationship, and I will be available whenever I'm needed to be available. And you'll probably see me and not someone else when you ask me to come. The sheriff is required to maintain and be accountable for the overall budget, including the budget lines and or deficiencies. I've handled the budget. I work with a difficult budget because we don't have a big standard, this much money. A lot of times, because of what I do, I work in special events a lot, and I'll talk about that more in a minute. I have to build my way from a zero status up to the budget that I have. Most of our money is, in most agencies, it's going to be in your staff and benefits, your salaries and benefits. The sheriff must have clear, current policies for human resources. And to me, this is extremely important, and I deal with that a great deal and have for many years. All hiring, promotion, disciplinary actions, and as a last resort, terminations will be done by policy in a fair and impartial manner. No shortcuts, no quick jumping to conclusions. Facts will be made available and any and all resources within the county to help process that.
Ryan, is that accurate this time? Yes. Okay, I'm going to give you just one more moment to cover one or two more of those questions if you want to, okay?
Sure.
Just
yeah, absolutely.
going outside my bounds, but continue with it.
Sheriff must reduce liability to the county by carefully maintaining current policy and adherence to the policy. Critical. The sheriff is responsible for the incarceration and mandated care of inmates as directed by the courts. The sheriff is responsible for the safety of our children, staff, and the citizens in our schools and in our community. The sheriff must be accountable to all the people we serve. Mayor Burgess, the reason I'm here, I saw you interviewed on TV. You were talking to the reporter, and they were talking about what the process was going to be, and you looked at the TV and you said, so if you're interested, I'm answering the call. That's what brought me here. It's not this long intended career in politics or even being the sheriff. It's the call that we need something, we need somebody, and we need to make sure that we're ethical, we have principles, we have policies. Policies are critical. If your policies are good and you're constantly reviewing those policies, you're going to do the right thing. And I trust in people to do the right thing. But if I'm fortunate enough to be appointed to this position, it will be trust, but it'll be verified.
All right, to be fair to all of the other candidates, we're going to stop right there with your presentation, and maybe some of our commissioners may ask some other questions that address some of the other issues that you didn't get to fully express yourself on. Who would like to ask a question? Mr. Baum.
I'll ask you a question. One of the issues we're concerned with is the trust the public has with our sheriff and rebuilding that trust. Share with us some of the ways you've been able to establish trust with the students at MTSU and how you might use those experiences to rebuild trust with our sheriff's department and the public here.
Very good. Community policing. You know, that's a word that's been around for 18, 20 years that most of us hear about or know about. Campus police. Because we are unique, we've actually been in the campus policing business for many, many years. One of the initiatives that I took because of complaints that we were having with our students, particularly the fraternity row, and why are you there in the dorms, why are you there? And we don't go looking in the dorms for problems. If we get calls, we respond. I created a program called Adopt a Cop, where every one of our officers are assigned certain segments of each shift to go into the dorms and present and provide programs that they're interested in. We create a number of items and they can pick and choose or select. But one of the things that it did, even with our student affairs, who we work closely with, but they're charged with making sure that the students are safe. We're charged with making sure the same thing. We just have to do it in a different way. We communicate, but the Adopt a Cop allowed us to be in the dorms. It wasn't everybody looking around to see, oh, why's the cop here? We were there, and they were expecting us. And by doing that, we had people started turning out to come and talk to us, tell us about things that were going on that they might not normally call in. It may not be a Crime Stoppers issue. It could be. We've had several of those, but what it actually did was it brought us into where we could have more communication. I've done a number of lectures and programs directed at student athletes, international students. I've talked to faculty, staff about a number of things that they're interested in. You would think that security and safety would be the primary one. It's not always the case. It's like community policing. You may think that the safety in the community is the most important thing, but it might be that the speed limit's 40 miles an hour and you got kids playing around the street. So we find ways to communicate with our students, our faculty, and our staff, and our visitors. And, just tell you a little bit more about me. Again, I'm the Special Events Coordinator, so if you haven't heard of me or you don't know about me, I'm the one who coordinates the football games, the basketball games, the TOSAA basketball championships. When we used to have the 4th of July celebration on campus, I'm the person that coordinated that with the other agencies. Homecoming parade, Christmas parade, concerts, you name it, I'm the person who's coordinating with Murfreesboro Police, Rutherford County Sheriff's Department, Smyrna, Laverne. All those officers are represented as contract officers that help supplement what we do for special events. So if you have a hard time in traffic and you're thinking about the football games, don't think of me then. Think about me when we get you out in 25 minutes because you go to Nashville to a Vanderbilt game or Titans game and you're there in an hour and 25 minutes. Then you can think of me.
All right, is there someone else that wishes to ask a question? Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brewer, what would your plan be for getting our jail certified, and have you been in the jail recently to look at it?
Okay, good question, and I'd have to say, no, I have not been in the jail. I've got the documents showing the last rejection of certification. I have been part of the national accreditation process for law enforcement since 1995. I'm currently on our policy and review committee within our campus. Thank you. And policy, again, and I've said that a number of times, policy is critical. If you establish the right policy and you put the right preventatives in there, the measures, the documentation that says you're doing what you say you're doing, and then you hold people accountable. Typically, as the executive or the head law enforcement person within your agency, you have to rely so much on your supervisors. But you can't pull policies off the shelf once a year and say that you're up to standards. It doesn't work that way. You have to constantly review those policies. You have to constantly tweak those policies. You constantly got to measure those policies within the national standards, the state standards, and make sure that what you're doing and what you say you're doing is credible and it can stand the test. So getting the jail decertified, looking at the list, I'm not going to say it's easy because there's some of it that has to be worked out between budget and other issues, but that would be one of my priorities to make sure that not only do we get recertified, we don't get decertified again. We establish policies that prevent that from happening.
Thank you. Other questions? Mr. Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor Burgess. Mr. Brewer, could you describe a recent law enforcement crisis that you were involved with, explain your role in that, and how that panned out and what the outcome was?
Sure. A number of them.
I don't mean a traffic stop. I mean a real crisis that you were
I don't do the
involved
traffic
in.
stops anymore, and I'm kind of outside of that. I supervise people who supervise. You know how that goes. But I often am called upon to be incident commander for large events, things that might occur that we have to draw on additional resources. We have to call within our local brethren with the Sheriff's Department, Police Department, TBI, FBI. We had an incident where we had a student who was emailing that they had some complaints, but they were setting fires in the process. Now, campus has a number of computer labs on campus, and they were moving from computer lab to computer lab. I was the incident commander on that. I communicated to the resources that we needed. We had an abundance of resources that came. I've been in this for a long time, and I know a lot of people in law enforcement, and sometimes they just hear that there's a problem and they come running. And we had Mike Harrison with the Western Division FBI. I had Mark Gwynn from TBI. He didn't just send me a TBI agent. He came himself. He brought resources. I had Murfreesboro SWAT team. I had Rutherford County. I had agents from various other, ABC was there. They heard the call. They came out. Now, that's great. That's fantastic. You want all the resources that you can muster when it's a big, heavy situation. What we wound up doing was putting somebody on every computer lab until we got the right one and we saw this person coming in. Problem was, we were so overwhelmed with resources that we had to start deciding locations to put them until we needed them. And it was fantastic. It was a great experience. I had a recorder. I had Rutherford County Emergency Management was there, and we made the right calls. We made the right decisions, and as soon as we could release resources, we did. But the resources that came out, it impressed me, and it impressed me right here because they care. We take care of student age kids, but these are young men and women. That's their future, and there's a lot of people care about them. And so we put a lot of effort and intensive effort into making sure that they're safe.
Does anyone else wish to ask a question? Ms. Allen.
Can you tell us why you would want an interim appointment and what your plans would be in August of 2018?
Good question. Okay, I got 33 years in with the state. I'm not really at the retirement yet, but I'm not far away from it. I started out in a sheriff's department as soon as I got out of the military, and it was a good fit for me. It was my hometown sheriff's department, certainly not the size of Rutherford County. I came to MTSU. I loved it. I loved what I did. The opportunities were there for me to learn. The opportunities were there for me to grow and be part of something a little different. So my plans, when I truly got the call, and I felt like my wife and I were sitting in the living room, and I said, I'm going to do it. And I have no plans. I do not intend to run for the sheriff of Rutherford County. That's not my intent. Now, I'm not going to tell you that if everybody's absolutely satisfied and loves the job that I'm doing, that if asked, I wouldn't consider it. But my plans would be, I would separate from the university. My retirement's already there. I'd be transferring all my benefits over to the sheriff's department in the same retirement system. At the end of 18 months, I can be adios, or we'll take it from there.
I have one more follow-up question. Recruiting staff is always a challenge, especially in the public safety sector. Of course, you're limited by what our salary constraints are. So what are some specific things that you would do to help us recruit and retain law enforcement officers?
Training is always one in law enforcement. I don't care where you're at. If you provide training, if you provide opportunities, that's certainly something. And we're all kind of going after the same applicants. We don't accept anything less than what Rutherford County or Murfreesboro are looking for. And a lot of times we're talking to the same people that are going interview to interview. And one of the things that we try to sell them on is this is a place that you can grow. Now, there's a lot of different ways that you can grow. Certainly for us, there's opportunities for classes. There's things that we do, like firearms instructors. It doesn't have to be a promotion. There are things within an agency that you have that first you got to find out what is it they want to do. What's going to keep them? And when pay is not in the equation, you get creative. You can't create positions. Positions are locked in for us. We have position numbers. And if you don't have the number, you don't have the position. You don't get the money for the position. So providing an environment that people want to come to work, providing an environment that they're not having to keep their heads down, providing an environment where they feel that they're appreciated, and then making sure that you have a policy manual or general orders. And a lot of people think, and I know officers that I hire, and on occasion the ones that I discipline, they look at policies and general orders as something that, so you can get the officer, so we can blame it on the officer. That's not correct. And I have to explain to them that policies are there for you. If you know what your job is, if you're clear of purpose, and you have the opportunity to know where to go get the answer, that's to benefit you. When I first started law enforcement academy in 83, 84, our policy manual was about 6 pages with about 26 different policies in it. Well, now we have about 400 and something policies. And you know what? That's not so much that you can't absorb it, because if you have a question about it, you know where to go look. You don't have to read the whole thing every day. It's something that you need to go look. But we revise our policies. We meet once a week and sometimes twice a week, and we go completely through our general orders to the point where we start all over again. And you know, that's how you keep good people. It's clarity. Thank you.
Mr. McAdoo?
On MTSU campus, do you manage a detective division or something that?
I have been part of or manage almost all the components of it. Certainly, we've got some new positions that didn't exist when I was coming up through the ranks. But yes, to answer your question, I supervise the major who supervises the captain of investigations. So indirectly, yes, sir.
Other questions? All right, then. I don't see any other people rising, Mr. Brewer, so thank you very, very much, and we will call our next candidate.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Ms. Stevenson, please take Mr. Brewer out and bring in our next qualified candidate, Mr. Fitzhugh. If any of you need to be excused, you may do that. We won't hold a recess here unless you just insist on it. We're just going to keep on going. All right, welcome, Mr. Fitzhugh, and you may begin your presentation.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I appreciate very much this opportunity to address you and appreciate your consideration. The sheriff, no matter how he gets here or gets there, is answerable to the citizens of Rutherford County. He should be dedicated to improving the quality of life of the citizens and utilizing the highest degree of integrity and professionalism. The sheriff should always lead by example. He must hold himself accountable to the citizens in decision-making and management of his resources. He should work with the community and the public officials to address the needs that arise. The 4 statutory duties that are a part of the sheriff's duties are keeping the peace, attending the courts, serving the process of the courts or your warrant service, and operating the jail. My leadership style that I probably use more than anything else, some call it democratic, some call it participative, but what that involves is getting the input from the members of the organization to include them in the decision-making process. We have a valuable resource there, and we should use it. My experience has been that employees are more readily accept the change when they're involved and play a role in that process. In this leadership, the leader is always responsible ultimately for the final decision. We used this a few years back when we had a $500 million or $500,000 renovation in our communications center. And that involved moving out of the center, a complete renovation of the center. And then while we were moving, we had to keep a simultaneous operation, so we couldn't shut down and move. Also, we had a training issue that we had to address because we were going to brand new equipment and something that we're not used to. We brought everybody together, we addressed their concerns, their issues, talked with them. We brought them in and trained them until they the point to where they were comfortable with it. The training, the moving, and the value that we got from each employee, it went so well that we're able to meet our schedule 3 months earlier than when we had. So we were scheduled to complete it in May, and we actually moved back into the facility in February. So we had a 3-month jump. The 3 top priorities, and I hesitate to use the term top because there's a lot of priorities at the sheriff's office that need to be addressed. But one of them is a low morale that must be addressed immediately. This is affecting the large turnover rate and is impacting productivity and is decreasing efficiency as well as costing the county money. Low morale impacts the ability to attract and keep qualified workforce. The decertification of the jail is another of great importance that we've got to look at, but we not only need to look at that aspect, but we need to look at all aspects of the jail and look at what is impacting it negatively and address those concerns. We need to evaluate the supervision in each division to make sure that we're utilizing our supervisors to their best capability and their best experience. Make sure that they're in the right job, in the right place, and at the right time. My strengths and weaknesses, I think my strength is I'm a strong leadership, have strong leadership capabilities. I've got 19 years of experience in law enforcement, but I also have 25 years of management experience at a major corporation. And during that time, of course, obviously went to a lot of management schools, but in addition to that, I was able to apply the experience that I gained and the teaching that what I learned from those schools and applied it on the job. I'm a motivator of people. I think that's one of the strongest assets that we've got is our people. I am a decision maker, and I can make decisions, and the hard decisions that need to be made, I can make those decisions and will make those decisions. I am people-oriented, and I have a very strong work ethic. I am not going to be outworked. The problem I've got is I tend to be a perfectionist. I'm interested in this position because I've got 19 years with the sheriff's office, but I've got 25 years of management experience with the Bell South Corporation. And I can bring this to bear to solve the problems that face us at the sheriff's office today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fitzhugh. Now is the opportunity for our commissioners to follow up with some questions here. Who would like to ask a question? Mr. P., excuse me. And then I believe Mr. Dodd would be next.
When we're when or were you aware of improprieties out at the sheriff's office, and what did you do?
I was not aware of any improprieties. I retired on March of 2013. I could see through the management that was happening at that time what I thought and where this was going to lead. I was asked to stay by the then sheriff, and I told him that with what was going on, and as far as anything illegal, I did not see anything illegal at that time. I was seeing bad management. It was already affecting the people and the morale, and I told him that unless there were some changes that could be made in the area of some of the people that he had brought in some of his key positions, that I would not be able to stay. I asked him if he would move these people out and get some people in there that would run the operation the way it should be, that I would stay. He said he couldn't do it, and I told him I couldn't stay, so I retired.
Okay, second question here is, what do you think, or do you think someone with inside knowledge of the jail, I think there's either 4 or 5 of y'all that actually work at the Sheriff's Department, know how it works, and have work experience there, right, versus someone from the outside who has never worked at Rutherford County SO. What do you see as the better things that you could bring to us from having inside experience versus someone from the outside?
Well, I think one of the things is I know the people, and I know the leadership that is there now, and I know their strengths and I know their weaknesses. I know also some of the things that are going on in detention and some of the things that are going on in records and record keeping and so forth. Someone outside the agency does not have that knowledge. I'm not saying that they're a bad candidate. What I'm saying is we're going to go through a training period with them of a year or maybe less before they're able to catch up and really understand what's going on. For those of you that may not know, we've got another audit coming up there next month from the state, and there's a very good chance that we're going to be decertified in our records keeping. So, I mean, there's some problems that's still going on there that unless you've got that knowledge and unless you've been there, you're unaware of it.
Mr. Dodd? Okay, thank you. Mr. Gurley?
Yes, if you were appointed sheriff Thursday night, what kind of organizational changes would you make when you took office?
Okay. Good question. I guess you've got to be very careful in what you say, and I'll say it this way. I do not want to give the impression or leave the impression that I'm going to go in there and start cleaning house with people as we've seen in the past. I will evaluate the leaders that are there. Quite frankly, there are, and to answer your question specifically, I would make a major change in the detention facility. I don't know how else to say this other than bad management is leading and crushing the organization. Bad management is leading to our people leaving, our qualified people leaving, and what's happening with the ones that are left is they lack motivation. There is no motivation to do a good job when what is happening is being tolerated. Quite frankly, I'll be honest, why there has not been a change right now with the decertification of the jail, I do not understand it. Why we have been decertified, you come in, you do an audit, you tell somebody that there's something wrong, and then they come back and there's been no attempt, to my knowledge, to fix that problem. What do you expect to happen? What happened is what asked for. I also understand, and I may be totally wrong on this, but I understand even during the hearing when we were being decertified, nobody attended that meeting. Why? Lack of interest, don't care. Those are the questions that you need to ask.
Mr. Reed.
Morale in our area out there runs like deep waters. You said that's one of the things you're going to fix. What's going to be your process in fixing that morale that we have out there?
One of the first things I would do, and it doesn't cost this county anything, is start respecting the people that we've got. The most valuable resource, and I define resource as something that is of value that you cannot do without. And we cannot do without our people. We've got good men and women at the sheriff's office, and we are misusing them constantly. So the first thing I do is respect the people. You cannot gain respect unless you give respect. And that's a simple solution. I know it's oversimplified, but it doesn't cost us a thing. The other thing that I would do, excuse me, I would involve the people in the decision-making process and go to the people and ask them what do they see that is causing some of the problems that they've got today. We hire these people, we vet them, they've got good experience, and why we don't use them for the solution is beyond my comprehension. I haven't gone over there, I haven't sought out people, but I run into people, I'll be grocery shopping or whatever. My wife goes on, and an hour later she comes back, and I'm still sitting there talking. But these people are full of great ideas on what is the problem, and even some pretty good solutions as to what we could do to solve it. So I would listen to the people. I would try to involve them in the solutions. And you can do that either by formulating a decision on where we want to go and bring them into that process, or you can form many committees and involve them in those committees to moving you to where you want to go. So that's some of the things I would do.
Mr. Baum.
The next sheriff, the interim sheriff, will soon be working with the county mayor to draft next fiscal year's budget. Tell us a little bit about how you could use your knowledge and background at the sheriff's department to begin that process on the department's budget.
Well, the first thing I would do is bring in a budget person. We do not have one right now. The other thing I would do is to sit down and take a look at where are we right now in the budget. You got to see where we are now to figure out where we need to go. The other thing I would do is talk to the division heads that are there and look at their needs and start prioritizing their needs in form of the budget in that process. But it's going to be a step process. It's not something you can go in there and look at the whole. The budget's massive, and you cannot go in there and look at the whole. You're going to have to break it down into its piece parts and look at it part by part by part. Quite frankly, I'm sure there's some waste. There's no question about that there's some waste that we need to look at. Along with the budget, it doesn't really pertain to the budget, but the other thing we need to look at is I'm sure it's been looked at, but we need to look at the contracts over there. And what contracts do we have? And hope they're legal. I think we've looked at, surely we've looked at all those, but make sure that we're legal in what we've got. And if not, we need to make the steps and start moving towards voiding those or whatever we need to do to get out of those and either rebid or whatever we need to do. So.
Other questions?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gooch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In your past experience with either public or your private employment and service, and I was trying to pull out this information in your resume, but could you expound a little bit more on your experience and how you have dealt with policy development in your past employment as far as developing policy, implementing policy, and second, staff development, on how you have developed staff personnel under you?
If I understand your question, staff development, you talk about developing the people, or, okay. There again, you work with the people, some one-on-one, some in me, but development of people is a one-on-one process. You develop your managers, and I distinguish between a leader and a manager. I guess I need to say that. A leader is somebody that sets objectives, they're far-ranging, they've got a view of where we want to go and what we want to do and try to implement that. A manager is somebody that manages the day-to-day operations and they maintain the status quo. And so I distinguish, and sometimes you are a leader and sometimes you're a manager. It depends on the situation. But anyway, you work with the individual. You're going to have to work with your leaders and make sure that we understand each other and where we want to go in the development. You develop them, and then they are going to have to pass that on. There's no way that I can go out there and develop 500 and something people. Cannot do that. So you're going to have to rely very heavily. I have done that in the past. I was staff manager for the state of Louisiana. I had a staff for that. What we did is we interfaced with all of the business offices in the state of Louisiana. So I developed that staff, and they in turn then interface with all of our offices across the entire state of Louisiana. So in that term, could you repeat the first part of the...
What in your past experience have you dealt with as far as writing policy?
I have written policy, and of course at the Sheriff's Office I wrote some of the standard operating procedures that we have in place right now. I was the first to bring in cameras in the cars, and I wrote the policy for how the use of the camera systems would be used in our patrol vehicles. I rewrote the 15-week training manual for our field training officers to be used in the training of our deputies in the field. And so we rewrote that from beginning all the way from beginning to end for 15 weeks. So that's some of the things that I've done.
Other questions? Mr. Sereno.
I can't hear you.
2018, what did you plan to do?
I could not hear you.
What's your plan for
2018,
2018?
whether I will run it again or not?
That is my question.
Okay. I plan on running, and my view on that is I would like to go in and I want to change the direction of the Sheriff's Office. I do not want to go back. I don't think you go backwards. You take what we've got today and you move it forward, and you move it forward to the direction of where you want it to go. I would like to continue that work and like to have that option to be able to do that. I don't want to go in and do the work that I think it's going to take to turn this and then fire myself. I would like to have the opportunity to move forward at least one more time. Trust me, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not doing this as a career move. My age is not going to allow me to do that. So, I would probably one term would be my hope.
Any other questions? Ms. Allen.
Recruiting in the public sector is always very difficult, particularly in public safety. What are some things that you would do specifically when salaries aren't necessarily where you would like them to be in terms of recruitment? What are things that you would do to recruit and retain good staff?
Well, the first thing you've got to do is you've got to have a work environment that they want to work in. And some of the things that we're doing now is we recruit people, we're bringing them in, and they're not staying with us. They're leaving. So you've got to change the culture that we are operating in. I think that we've had a culture of exclusion at the Sheriff's Office. We've excluded our employees, we've excluded the public, and we've excluded this commission body. I don't think anybody really ever fully understood or even really knew what was going on out there. So you've got to move it from an area of exclusion to an area of inclusion, and you've got to include people. And in doing this, you're creating a workplace where people enjoy coming to work and they want to stay. All the people want is one standard, a standard to go by that applies to the sheriff just as much as it applies to them. When you've got a sheriff and you come in and you say, here are your rules, but they don't apply to me. I mean, what kind of a message are you sending? So you've got to change that message. You've got to create an environment where you move it from favoritism, which is we have favoritism, and we move it to an area of fairness. And you've got to move that that environment over there. You've got to change that. Special treatment to equal treatment. I mean, we can go on, but that's the things that you need to do.
Do you have any specific ideas on ways that you would reduce the inmate population?
Well, I think one thing, and I think there's some good programs. I don't know all the programs that we've got available there now to reduce the inmate population, and as far as educational programs for the inmates. One of the things I'd like to do, because I think they're very successful at the workhouse, is get with Bernard and Bill and look at the things that they're doing and see if we couldn't footnote or dovetail off of some of the things that they're doing and work on some of the programs. The key to that is going to be to get somebody that can run that facility, and somebody that is experienced and has got that background, and then we can take the things and see what's available out there that we can offer the inmates.
Have you given any thought to how you would handle interference from Sheriff Arnold?
I don't see that I would have any interference from him, frankly. I mean, if he's not convicted, then I guess he'll be back. So I'll be gone. So there wouldn't be any interference there.
My last question is this. What would you say to the citizens of Rutherford County who want an outsider? They want a fresh start. They don't want somebody from inside. What would you say to that citizen who has urged us to look outside the organization?
I can certainly understand that sentiment. I think that for what has gone on, enough is enough. And I think that probably what happens, and this is what happens with our men and women there now, is you're caught up in what somebody has done, then you are so accused also. And it's a shame that it's that way. I understand the sentiment, but I don't think that that's the way to go, personally. I think there's too much of a learning curve to change. Just because somebody has worked there under various sheriffs doesn't mean they're a bad person. They're an individual, and they have their own thoughts, and, why not try them?
Other questions? Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fitzhugh, have you given any thought to individuals that you would hire to or bring in to serve in the top management positions at the sheriff's office?
I have.
Any of those people include individuals that were hired under the current sheriff or the prior sheriff?
Yes.
Other questions?
And let me clarify, considered. I've considered them, yes.
Okay, if we don't have anyone else wishing to speak, then thank you, Mr. Fitzhugh, for your remarks and your responses. And we will ask Ms. Stevenson to show you back to your headquarters, and then we'll call in Mr. Gammon. Go, no breaks. You can go when you want to. Any one of you can go out and take a break as you need to. When no votes are taking place, you may be excused as you feel the necessity. wait till they get all this passed out.
Did you keep a copy for yourself?
I did, yeah.
Did you give Rick one?
All right, welcome, Mr. Gammon. You may proceed and make your remarks.
Thank you, Mayor. I first want to say thank you, Commissioners, for this process you're going through. It's needed, it's very important, and I know it's a hard decision. So I'll just go ahead and move ahead. The understanding I have of the sheriff, in the back of the handout I gave has got some additional information, the statutes, there's so many of them. I couldn't cover them all, but the sheriff is the chief law enforcement official in the county. He's the CLEO. He's a conservator of the peace. He's a constitutional officer. He has 4 main statutory duties that he does, which is patrolling the roads, is serving warrants, is processing order of the courts, and operating the jail. The sheriff's accountable to the public. He's a steward of the people's resources. He's entrusted with these resources, and he has to plan and manage daily operations of the sheriff's office, the jail, through the yearly budget allowed by this legislative body. Number 2 is asking what kind of leader I am. I'm a democratic leader. I believe in the process of input, accountability, suggestions from subordinates. I want them to participate in the decision-making process that affects them. I want them to have ownership. I have for over 20 years been involved in establishing projects, goals, needs assessments for the department at the sheriff's office. Personnel needs, office and jail space. Equipment needs such as radios, vehicles, weapons, vests, including fuel, information technology needs, which is huge right now also, and grants and several others. When implementing these projects, great or small, there needs to be a constant review. There needs to be following of a system and tasks that you go through. The task to be performed, number 1, the personnel responsible for the task, the resources to be utilized, establish alternatives and possible obstacles that may get in your way in the process, communicate, implement, and review success of this. I look for accountability and communications as a leader when I look at these items. They ask what 3 top priorities there are. The first one's obvious. First one's, without a doubt, trust is a major issue for the public, this legislative body, the mayor, and the employees of that sheriff's office. The sheriff must regain this trust. The sheriff must prove this trust to the public for which he is appointed to protect and serve. The sheriff must demand the highest level of moral discipline from himself and the people under his command. The second part is management, of course. The sheriff has to rebuild a structure of solid management that will provide an accountable leadership. This sets the standards for the needed organizational effectiveness of his office, and in doing so, prove to subordinates that they have fairness in hiring and promotions. You look at retention of employees, which is important. Lose the fear of reprisal, and eliminate the concept of a protected class that's been at that department. Last but not least is getting this jail recertified. It's a battleship down there, it's huge. And steps must be taken to review the failures of the jail in order to rectify and recertify this jail. The sheriff needs to and will work with the Tennessee Corrections Institute, establish accountability and order, and reduce the lawsuits due to negligence. Seek accreditation. Work with the American Correctional Association to bring in best practices by policy and procedures and put them in the system to work. The sheriff must provide a safe facility for detainees and employees alike.
We must strive to research ways to reduce the population of the jail, work with the Correctional Work Center, with the programs that they've got, work hand in hand to reduce the population of this jail and reduce recidivism. Strengths of 41 years of law enforcement, 20 years executive level management. I have a knowledge of every department in the Sheriff's Office operations. There's an upcoming 2017-2018 budget, personnel, IT projects. There's 2 more modules that have to be worked on. Weaknesses, I can be a bit too trusting, get confused, and a hatred of bureaucracy.
All right, maybe Mr. Gammon, some of those questions that may be forthcoming will allow you to answer some of those you didn't quite get finished with. Who would like to ask a question, please? Mr. Gurley.
Yes, I went back and read both the indictment of Sheriff Arnold and also the lawsuit that you filed today, both documents. The indictment states that the illegal activity began in mid-2013. The lawsuit states that during the summer of 2014, you gained knowledge of unethical and illegal activity, and I'm taking this directly from
Yes, sir.
the lawsuit.
July of 2014.
Yet in August of 2014, you made an ad endorsing Sheriff Arnold for re-election. Can you explain that? And secondly, can you give your reasoning for suing the county?
Okay. We need to back up. The illegal activity had not been established or proven at that time. There were some guidelines that had to do with the purchasing and vendor laws that was involved in that. My biggest basic look at that time, talking to people when I found out about the jail SIGs in July, that we were using a different company. Where I come into this at was I started talking to other sheriffs at the Tennessee Sheriff's Association, and they were saying we were using a particular vendor. The vendor that I had went to, Crossbar out of Kentucky, is the company I thought we were using. I met this gentleman at the Sheriff's Association. He was pretty upset because he didn't know why he had been fired, and I did not either. And so I started looking into it in July of 2014, and between then I went to a sheriff's school at the Tennessee Sheriff's Association, put on with the Tennessee Law Enforcement Training Academy, and I had met with Sheriff Ash and Terry Hazard with CTAS. Sheriff Ash is the director of the Tennessee Sheriff's Association. I explained to him some things I was running into at that time. At that time, I did not know or believe Sheriff Arnold was involved in this. I felt there was an issue with Mr. Russell, and this is what I was researching at the time. I did not find out 100% until February, March that the sheriff was 100% involved in it. And that's what I testified to in the grand jury on top of that. And when I found out he was, I confronted him. I confronted him actually in August. I confronted Joe Russell in August. And this is what the information I gave to the district attorney, the TBI, the FBI, and the federal grand jury. Now, as far as the lawsuit I filed, I debated many times over that. At the same time, it was never about the money. You had people at that department that were hurting. They were losing their homes. They wasn't sleeping at night, along with my family. You know, there was more, we were going through a lot of pain there. And the kicker on the lawsuit, I guess what motivated me a little bit was Beyonce. I finally had heard enough and seen enough. And the problem was I needed to get the truth out because nobody was for sure what the truth was. There was rumors. Everybody thought he'd be picked up before then. He wasn't. And you've seen how long it's taken. So I made a decision to go ahead and file it so I could get the truth out there and challenge it and let people know, hey, this is what's going on. This is what happened. It's not just my version, it's what happened. Now, when you look at that, it's not about the money. I plan on staying in the sheriff's office another 6 years. I made $86,000 a year, had a vehicle. I didn't plan on going home. Anybody in there has put 38 years in a department, that's your home. And you're not going to run me off. There's the bottom line. But you're also not going to come in my house that I helped build and do the things that were done. Now, if I'd have known in August I'd have come out then. No, sir. I was taught before then you always support who you work for and you're loyal, and I was, until I couldn't be. And that's what I decided. But it never was about the money, period. If anybody read my lawsuit, and you say you did, sir, you've seen what the value of that lawsuit was. You know, it was very little. It was an agreement. I didn't want to put this county through anymore. I was on the insurance board. I know what the limitations of the county is. It's $350,000, and then the insurance company kicks in. If it gets into that, then you're going to get into some serious litigation. And it's just, I didn't want to put the employees through it, because there's 14 employees that's going to have to testify, number one. I didn't want to put, it was stress enough. And I was putting my family through it. And plus, you know, I respect the mayor, and I respect this county. There's not a person in there that was in the meetings I was in that I can't discuss that I didn't have great respect for. So, you know, if it was about the money, I wouldn't be here right now. I had to make a decision that, you know, I want to do the right thing, I want to get the information out, and I want to help that department. If I didn't care about that department, I'd have took the money and run. I'd be sitting on the beach right now drinking a margarita, trust me. But that's not the case. That's not the case. I took the bullet. And there's people out there right now that's taking the bullet. And they've taken it so long, it's enough. You know, where I've heard, you know, this has been dealt with for a year and a half, 2 years. These people had to live it for the last year and a half, 2 years. And y'all know that as commissioners. So I don't know if that answers your question, Commissioner, but it's a good question. Thank you.
Mr. P.
Virgil, he asked my first question before I got to it, but my second question here is, why do you think someone like yourself, who's got inside knowledge of our Sheriff's Department, could do a better job versus someone from outside who does not have inside knowledge of our jail?
Number one, I know the people. I grew up in that department. Like I said, I spent 38 years there. I started as a road deputy, worked myself up to chief deputy. 17 years I was chief deputy for that department under Truman Jones. Honorable man. 5 years I was deputy chief under Robert Arnold. Not so honorable. So I've got over 20 years of executive level leadership that nobody else has. And I want a chance to fix this. I've had the training, I have the resume, I have the experience to do this. I've done it. I've been doing it. I helped build the jail in '98. I was a site manager for the sheriff's office that worked with the architect and the builders. You're talking about a $22.5 million facility, and then within a year, we had to hire 88 people. 88 people. For a sheriff's office, that's unimaginable. School system, it's not. We only had 18 detention officers back then. And all of a sudden, we move in this facility when it's built 9 stories, which was supposed to have been 15 actually. I know. And we moved in there. You didn't have enough supervisors, so we had to go through a massive training. But even with that massive training, bringing supervisors in from the state penitentiary system and the learning curve that we had, you didn't hear about instances down there. You didn't hear about the suicide watches and people not taking care of business. You have people who are in an atmosphere of fear down there that it's going to take a while to get them back on their feet. I know what they're going through. Been there, done that. But I've also worked in every part of that department. I was an investigator for 7 or 8 years, but I was also a lead investigator for another 7 or 8 years. I worked homicides. I've worked that angle, did warrants. I'm a federally trained correctional officer. I know the jail. So that's the only way I know to tell you. I've been there, done that. I can do it. I want the chance to do it. I won't let you down. But you know what? Here's the thing. I'm not doing myself any favors because you know well as I do, and I've had people ask me that, why do you want to do this when you're going into this mess? And it could hurt you if you want to run 2018, which I've made no secret of. It could kill me. But I want the opportunity. If I can't get that place straightened out before the next election, please don't vote for me. Please. Put somebody else in there. But you need somebody right now, and it's not about me, it's about us. It's a we. And we got to fix this place. There's a dozen great candidates in there. But you need familiarity in this place. You need somebody who knows the truth. That's why I stayed in 2010. I wasn't going to. But I had a lot of people asking to give continuity and help employees and stop the madness that was going on. And again, any of y'all that's worked somewhere for 38 years, do you want to walk away from it unless it gets to the point that you see things going on that you can't live with anymore? But I was fighting for these employees, and the kicker is I had to make some hard decisions sometimes. There's some I didn't agree with. And whenever you work for somebody, you don't always agree with it. I'm sure not everybody agrees with the mayor. I'm sure everybody don't agree with y'all individually. But as a team, you come together and you fix it. And that's what this is going to take, is a camaraderie of being more answerable to you. And that's what I'm going to present, because I'm going to get you involved in this. You're going to be part of me. I believe I have too much power if I'm sheriff. I ain't talking about the other sheriffs in the state. I'm not talking about the other elected officials. That's their problem. In this county, what we've been through, the sheriff has too much power. This does not need to happen again. We've got to have a policy put together for these employees that they go home at night and sleep to their families and just worry about getting home. Not if they put a sign in the yard. I'll put together a policy that you don't put a sign. Nobody's going to work for me that way. That's my problem if I'm sheriff. They just need to come in and work and go home. And I'm going to fight for them. I'm going to fight for every salary I can get and every person I can get, trust me. And I have the knowledge of that. But I also know you. I've worked with every past commissioner that's been here in the past 25, 30 years. The past mayor. 3 of the past budget directors. I've worked with every official in this county on some level, and I'll assure you, we might not always agree, but I never lied to you. I always did what you asked me to do, and I gave you good information. So I hope that answers your question, Commissioner.
Right. Who wishes to ask the next question? Mr. Gooch? And then Mr. Gooch. And Mr. Johnson. Oh, Mr. Schaefer, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Gammon. You know, first of all, it's sad we're even here to begin with. Long chain of events, and I have a couple questions for you that are painful for me to ask, but this is the only opportunity and the only venue I have to ask these. You're in a tough spot because you have had, I mean, you're in the thick of it. You've been in the thick of it. You've been arm in arm with Arnold, good or bad, and we've had so many calls from constituents wanting us to support different candidates. We've had so many calls from inside the department. Many have wanted us to support you. Many of us have wanted us to support other candidates. So the rumor mill has gone crazy. But I got to ask you a couple things just to make my mind feel at ease, and perhaps others that have heard the same kind of questions and the same kind of things. So don't shoot the messenger, but I got to ask these questions to you, all right? 2 things. Let me ask you, have you ever used county resources for your personal or family use?
No, I have not.
Okay. Let me ask you this. You were the victim of a wrongful discharge.
Yes, sir.
Because of the sheriff and his shenanigans. There have been several other folks that have been wrongfully discharged from the sheriff's office that have turned around and sued the county and have made claim and have received an award, financial award for that. Some of those you have signed off on. How can we be convinced if you are appointed Thursday? How can we be convinced that that chain will be broken and we will not continue to face more wrongful discharge, more financial outlaying of money for somebody being wrongfully fired, and with your signature on the bottom of the page and us having to cut a check?
Well, You know, one signature in mind is I've apologized to the person for because I was given wrong information. Bottom line, and he's okay with that. We talk. Secondly, you're going to have to just trust me, because I'm going to tell you something. Most of y'all know me pretty good. I know the past commissioners and everybody does, without going through this deal again. I'm not a liar, and I'm not dishonest. Now, when I say, have I used county property? Oh, I might have used an ink pen. I might have wrote a phone number down, and I might have used my phone to make a personal phone call every now and then. Yeah. Yep. You got me. Sure do. That's on me. But the other side of the coin is, I tell you now that I will not, when I walk through that door, dismiss anybody until I talk to the mayor, the county attorney, and the HR director to see what's there, a reorganization if need be. But I do know, I will tell you this, there are circumstances where there have to be some investigations, because I know for a fact there's several issues there that have to be looked at. They were there when I left, and I couldn't get anything done about them. Now, I'll give Keith Lowry credit right now. He's looking into some of those things. He's a good man. He's a friend of mine, known him over 30 years. Honorable, trustworthy. Hope I don't sell him too hard. But I'll assure you, and the mayor knows me as a person, we've worked together on many projects. And I'm telling you now, eye to eye, that I'm not going to walk in there with a sword and cut heads off. I'm not vindictive. I'm a forgiving person. As I said earlier, I'm too trusting sometimes, to my own fault. And sometimes that bites me, and it has. Trust me, but I think I'd rather be too trusting than cold, to be honest. But all I can tell you is trust me on that. If I can put it in writing, but you know how that goes. But I look at you each in the eye right now. I'm not going to do anything unless I work closely with this commission, the mayor, the HR director, and county attorney, I'll assure you. Because that's how it's going to work in the future. It's not going to be my way or the highway. You know, I want to be accountable. And I'm going to make it to where I'm accountable. And you can ask and come. You can come to that jail anytime you want to. You can talk to any employee you want to. I'll make it right. Have I made mistakes? Sure. Yeah. Sure I have. But you know what? I've learned from them. And as I said, you know, I'm loyal to a man until I can't be, and that's who I am. And it came a point I couldn't be to this person. I didn't vote for him the first time. Okay? So I voted for my boss. Good man. But then after that, when I decided to stay, I'm going to do everything I can to make that man look good. I'm not going to lie for him, but it's my job. Any of you who have somebody who works for you, it's your job. It's your subordinate's job to make you look good, in a sense, as long as they do their job. And as long as subordinates are doing the job, you ain't got to make them do anything. You don't have to put political pressure on them or anything. That job is going to make you look good. So the best I can tell you on that is you're going to have to trust me. I know that there's those of you that know me, but if anybody out here, anywhere, thinks that I'm going to come in with a sword and just start chopping heads off, they've been rudely misunderstood somewhere or mistakenly given the wrong idea.
All right, Mr. Gooch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got two nice questions. In looking at your revised resume, if you could expound on two things.
Yes, sir.
One, your past experience as far as developing and writing policy, and your past experiences on developing people.
Let me say this. We had policies and procedures, SOP, before probably anybody else in this county to a point, to be honest. Take-home car programs, handbooks, and everything else. That came along later. A lot of it came along when Miss Allen was the mayor on some of those policies. Now, you know, was there a county handbook and stuff? And there were votes going on back then where you put together, there were circumstances of public acts being passed where the mayor became the chief finance officer of the county. That used to not always be so. And again, to throw back, and I know I mentioned this one time before years ago, I was standing right here, not necessarily here because this would have been the courtroom, the jury box is over here, when there was 42 commissioners in here. Now, that was fun, trust me. I mean, there's some of you that remember that, a lot of you don't, but, you know, I've worked with some people a long, long, long time in there, Mr. McAdoo, Mr. Phillips, Miss Cook, you know, a number of others, you know, I mean, Mr. P, I worked with your dad also. And, I mean, all other commissioners and ask them who I am. But I've been involved in making policy. I've been involved for over 20 years doing that. I've been to the schools, I've had the training, legal aspects. I mean, I started learning this stuff when I was in the U.S. Army. I was a sergeant. And so training from that point, and this was in the 70s. And yeah, I'm only 61, I'm not that old, but I've been around a while. But that's where I'm saying, when I first started sheriff's office, there was 26 employees down there and 32 prisoners. You had juvenile and females, you know, all this separated. You had, you know, the kicker, I think our budget back then was $500,000 a year. It's upwards of $40 million now. We had 4 cars and 3 of them didn't run. We didn't have air conditioning, okay? And then whenever the vehicle company said, oh, that's optional, you can put it in there, you know, it comes with a car, the county commission didn't want it. They said, well, how about we take it out and get a break? And they said, that's not going to work. AM, FM radios, that wasn't going to happen. No, sir. We had to buy our own weapons, our leather, our shoes, everything that's furnished now. And this is ancient history, but this is where we came from. Back in those days, I didn't invent this, but I brought it back with me from the military police at Fort Benning. We came back and started using grease pencils and boards. Look, when I walked in there, the facility I worked in, my mistake was I told them I could type. And those of you who've been in the military knows what that means. It's a death sentence. I couldn't even work on the street. They put me in a stockade, typing blotters. But it also got me where I did a lot of administrative work. They're still using today a count board that I brought back with me in the 70s. In the 70s, they're still using it. I helped put together, and the credit goes to Sheriff Jones, I helped put together the first computer system down there with GSA that's still being used by a circuit court clerk. I helped put together the second computer system, and I started working on the third recently until I took a vacation. So, do I understand policy? Do I understand it? Do I keep up with it? That's part of going to training, working close with the county attorney. It's going to your school. Sheriff Association has an outlet. CTAS has an outlet that I greatly depended on. And I think the county members here do too, in that sense. So, yeah, I'm familiar with these policies, but the biggest thing is I'm familiar with Rutherford County Sheriff's Office policy, not Murfreesboro Police or anybody else. Which, believe it or not, I worked at one time, fine department. I'm not saying anything, but I don't know their policy. I know Rutherford County Sheriff's Office policy. That's what I know. I hope that answered it. I'm sorry.
All right, Mr. Schaefer.
Well, Mr. Commissioner Cush asked one that I had, so I'll give you the backup. It'll be an easy one. I'm going to need 3 dates: January 1st, 2010, January 1st, 2013, and January 1st, 2015, and ask you what, in your opinion, was the morale and the efficiency of the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office on those 3 dates?
Not good. I'll tell you that myself. I went to Chief Garrett a number of times and I said, we got to get a handle on this. It's like a gunslinger. It's like at the OK Corral. You were having one decision made 1 minute and you had a group of people that had the sheriff's ear and another one. They wasn't even in the command section. And that's chaos. And we started getting a handle on it to a point. And one of the things I remember whenever the sheriff asked me to stay, and I had people asking me to stay, I wanted to know his agenda. I'd already, Teresa Jolly will tell you, I'd already called up and put my papers in to retire. I already had another job lined up. It would have been much more easier for me to walk away, but I had so many employees call me and ask me to stay to help continuity, help protect their jobs and stuff and things like that, and I did. But on the front end, there's those of us, including me, that was only allowed outside entrance into certain meetings. I didn't know who was going to get hired next half the time. Half the time, some of them didn't have a background taken. And anybody that worked down there during that time will tell you that's what went on. On top of that, it was chaos, total chaos. And there's those of us that sat there and fought to try to calm the waves, calm the employees, and try to get some continuity of that department together. And I feel like we accomplished it to a point. It was starting to get there, but then these torpedoes kept hitting, where my idea, even then, anybody that's known me for 20 years knows I've always been a proponent of policy to protect employees on the hiring, promotions, dismissals, and all that. There needs to be something etched in stone. And that was one of the things that Sheriff Arnold told me he was going to do. But he was too worried about getting the workhouse to get that figured out. Okay? I mean, he focused on that so much because I'd tell him, I said, look, I said, you got to pick your battles, and you can't battle the commissioners and the mayor. And I can tell you right now, including the mayor, not to bring him into this, but there's people that were close to me. When I found out he tried to backdoor legislation, that was another nail in the coffin for me because I was mad. I was mad. I called the Correctional Work Center. I'm on the board there. Those are close friends of mine. You have 5 fine supervisors there. Mr. Slaney and Mr. Cope, there's none better. They both worked under me. They both worked under me.
All right. Let's go to the next question. Mr. Attorney, you want to yield to Mr. Stevens? Okay, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just very briefly, have you considered people that you would like to bring in as the top management officials in the sheriff's office?
Here's what I've told some people that had called me and asked about wrongful dismissal. And I said, and I'll get to the other part of that. And I said, if you feel like you've been wrongfully dismissed, come in, put an application in. You go through the process just like everybody else. Here's where it changes. I'm not involved in it. I'm not involved in it until I go completely through the system of interviews, background checks, the whole 9 yards, and I have people who are competent enough that it's on a board that can tell me who they recommend that we should hire, because they should have a pretty good idea of that idea. It shouldn't be who you know. It shouldn't be what can your family do for me. It should be, are you capable and you smart enough to do this job, and are you going to contribute to this office? Now, number 2, if anybody's asked me, I've had several commissioners ask me that very question. If I walk in tomorrow, I'm going to bring Tommy Thompson back with me because I feel like he was wrongfully discharged, and he's an honorable, good man. Impeccable person. I've known him for many years. And Keith Lowry's going to be there with me. He's trustworthy. I believe in him. Did he walk into the lion's den? Yep. But I'll tell you one thing, Mike Walker can vouch for him. I'd vouch for him too, but if Mike Walker can vouch for you, I'm not going to question anything. I can tell you that right now. To be honest with you, that man ought to be up there putting in, as far as I'm concerned. But you're going to have to look at what's in. You got to look with sometimes outside, and I look at the outside. Tommy was there 2.5, 3 years, understood the jail, and plus he's got a pair of outside eyes for me. And Tommy and I have always communicated. He's not a yes man. I've got a major out here, and I'll assure you, Agon Grissom's not a yes man. On top of that, I don't want a yes man around me. I don't want somebody, pardon my French, mayor and ladies, I don't want somebody kissing my butt. It don't work that way.
All right, Mr. Stevens, continue.
Okay, well, with your ideal applicants for these positions, are any of those people, folks, you mentioned Mr. Thompson, any other people that work for either Sheriff Arnold or the prior sheriff that you would like to bring back?
I haven't promised anybody anything. I've had people express ideas on it. I've made no decision. I'm going to get with the command staff that I believe in and work with before I make a decision on anything else. I'm worried about the captain and above, not the lieutenant down. There's some issues down here I know that Chief Lowry's looking at that I know are issues too. But there's not been 15 jobs promised to anybody. There's going to be a system on top of that. But also, when you're in these positions, you have to have people around you in this circle that you believe in and trust, and not that they're going to lie to you. They're the ones that's going. I got asked a question once, you know, instead of giving this 3-page idea of what your job description is, what is it you do for the sheriff? And I pretty much summed it up, and I said, well, my job is to keep him from doing stupid things. Apparently, I didn't do too good. Thought I did. Thought I did.
All right, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mayor Burgess. Mr. Gammon, I think Commissioner Cush touched on that. We got tough questions that we need to ask, and I owe the constituents that, and I think you owe them an answer, and it's fair to address it in a public forum. Just a couple of quick questions that I've got. You mentioned, you're not big on yes man, and obviously you don't want someone in the department or whoever you work with that's going to be a yes man. You mentioned your prior relationship with Mayor Burgess. Is there anything in your relationship, whether it be financial, personal, professional, anything that would prevent you from being able to have open and honest dialogue with the mayor that's not going to sway your judgment one way or the other? Because
no, sir, never has. There's nothing.
Thank you. Second question I've got for you, Mr. Gammon, is you also touched on some of the morale issues. Obviously, we've been very aware of that over there. How would you restore the confidence from the department for them to be able to have honest dialogue? You talked about you want to be able to have the subordinates provide feedback to you and direction and investment and things like that. How would you change that culture of fear that was developed under Sheriff Arnold when you served in that with Sheriff Arnold in your role? How would you change that to make those individuals at 940 be able to understand that this is a new time for you and you're going to be able to express your opinion without any fear of retribution?
One thing that I know that I always did, and it was taught to me, and I do it without thinking about it, and it's not political, is I love to shake hands. And when I meet an employee in the hallway, I can't think of a time that I haven't talked to somebody and said, "How you doing? Do I know everybody's name?" I'm getting old. I don't, But, in this position, sometimes, you're going to have situations where you have to make hard decisions. You have situations, and you may have to discipline somebody. You may have to do other things. You hope you get it right. I think majority of the time it is right. Does it feel good? No, sir. I mean, can I sleep at night and say, I think I did the right thing? Yeah. I believe I done the right thing? Yeah. But you still weigh out, and they're tough decisions. Any of y'all who have been in managers, and let's say you've got somebody who's got 3 kids at home. You have to be careful with that. You have to be strong. You have to be caring. I know those of us who have been in those positions, you have to consider some things like that. It may be that you redistribute that person. Is that person a marginal employee? Can you save him? That's what I always look at first when I look at somebody that they say, well, we need to do something with this person. What is it we haven't done for them? Maybe they got some problems at home. Maybe they got financial problems. Maybe they felt they was unfairly overlooked on a promotion, which a lot of times is the issue. It's happened a lot. But the biggest thing is, if we're going to have to touch and communicate, go to the individual divisions, work with those people in there directly, and just have an open meeting. I'm not saying kumbaya, because you're still not going to have everything. Everybody's going to agree with everything you do. It's just like the argument between 12-hour shifts, 10-hour shifts. You got pros and cons on it. You got people. It's an argument, believe it or not, over a Glock or a SIG that you get into. So you have those certain areas. But the biggest thing is you got to make an effort to try to bring everybody together. One of them is, you can go out and ride with these guys, but you have to be careful. You have to, one of the things that I've done in the past, I said, hey, let's look at this thing. What's 5 things that you might need that would help you? And I remember one of those things was back in the day, the supervisors had stingers in their trunk, only the supervisors. And an employee says, hey, he said, why can't we all get stingers? That's the unit where you blow tires out and all that stuff. Pretty dangerous situation, but it was a good tool. Just something that simple helped morale, just that simple. It's not always the money. It's not always about the money. It's about everything from days off to fairness. And that's what I'm trying to tell you is that from day one, I was set in a system of fairness that they'll see, they'll understand, and they'll agree with. Because basically, I'm out of the picture. It's going to be set up and ran by HR. It's going to be set up and watched over by people that are in management that's put there to manage. You know, as far as I'm concerned and what I feel like, you know, there's ideas I have that you have to look at the legality of it, that when you have a disciplinary board, perhaps you need to bring some people in from the outside. Same thing on promotion boards. I've gone to Chattanooga many times and sat on their promotion boards.
All right, Mr. Gammon, Ms. Allen.
What would you say to the Rutherford County citizens who are absolutely adamant that we do not appoint anyone who has a history at the sheriff's office?
The question would be why? Why not? What is it to teach people there? I mean, just because you work it don't mean you're tainted. Just because you're there don't mean you were part of the problem. It means you have people working trying to fix the problem behind the scenes, and they're trying to bring, and you know, my thing was, if I can talk somebody out of a bad idea, that's what I'm going to try to do, because I don't have control of that all the time. Neither do other people in the department have control of that. But you try to come together, and what started happening that I saw at that place is the support mechanism you had, where you had 2 or 3 people that were in ranking positions. They started getting some of them thin skin. And what you have is almost a Stockholm syndrome occurring with this, is where all of a sudden you can't, if somebody gets offered a promotion, you're nuts if you turn it down, number one. On top of that, I don't think I've ever seen somebody turn a promotion down, you know, because the guy's an idiot or something, and I'm not implying anything on Sheriff Arnold. I'm saying that you're going to take it, hopefully you can perform the job you've been asked to perform. If not, the supervisors above you should have the ability to remove you, but that's not been the case there, if you're not doing your job. On top of that.
Follow-up question, Ms. Allen? Okay, who else would like to ask a question? Okay, I don't see anyone speaking. Mr. Piercy.
It's very obvious that you're very passionate about your work and your dedication of years of service. When Mr. Gurley asked you earlier about the lawsuit and all, do you have any regret and wish maybe you had took a different angle on the county lawsuit?
There's always regret. I just don't think there's any other way, because at that time, thinking they thought he was going to get away with it. I knew better, but I couldn't tell them what I knew. I couldn't. So my only way to do that at some point was say, look, it's coming. It's going to be here. It's going to be whatever. You know, just trust it. I had people say, I'm looking for another job. And I said, just hang on a little longer. Unbeknownst to me, it was going to be a little longer. It was going to be another year on top of that. But one of the things that motivated me to file the lawsuit was to get the truth out, because the public had nothing to believe in, including the employees there, to see what's really going on. It's all rumors until you file an official lawsuit. And there's the bottom line. I mean, I know he can't say anything or anybody else, but if the county turned into it, it was never about the money. It was never about the money. My regret is I didn't see some of this sooner, but there were those of us that kept it in the dark on. And I was raised, just like y'all have been, by your parents, to be honest. You know, have you always done everything right? Have you maybe told a little white lie every now and then? I'm not up here to judge that. On top of that. But I've not done anything to try to hurt that department. There's things that I wanted to stop and I couldn't. There's things that I disagreed with, but I'm going to tell you something. There's things I disagreed with past situations. On top of that.
Okay, who else would like to ask a question? All right, we don't have anyone else wishing to speak, Mr. Gammon, so therefore thank you very much for your remarks and your answers, and Ms. Stevenson will escort you back to your...
Well, I forgot to ask you, was there like a lifeline number you can, when you're doing it? I mean,
all right, thank you anyway.
All right, I appreciate it.
And bring in Mr. Harvey, I believe. Okay, good catch, good catch. But I don't have any authority to limit their comments. Yeah. Okay, thank you, and welcome, Mr. Harvey. We're now ready for you to make your presentation, and continue, please.
Well, on the first question, to summarizing the duties of the sheriff, some of this is pretty obvious, like the elected official part, but first and foremost, in my opinion, you need to be a public servant to the community, and that goes beyond just the people that are actually helping the community. He's someone who's going to uphold the law while keeping others safe, and at the same time keeping up with the fast pace of the policing world, and as it grows and changes daily as well. Needs to also be able to stay up with the policies and procedures, and also be able to form new ones and correct the old ones if need be along the time as well. He is also oversee, obviously, the civil matters of the operations, the warrants processes, the jails, and the courthouse, keeping sure that the funding and things are necessary in place for that. And he's also an aide to the local city and county officials as well. He needs to have a good relationship with any elected government official, as well as any and all other agencies in and around near the county in which he serves. I believe he also must have a good working relationship with the deputies and the detention officers in general. I think that's one quality that definitely needs to be addressed in the coming. Also, he needs to be a good leader, and he needs to know how to get the right people on in the places that they need to be in. Question 2, the style of leadership that I would consider myself in a previous position for being in. Like I said before, my thing is that people come first. I like to create bonds, and I like to make sure people are comfortable with me as well as the job that they're doing. I believe that the way that I go about training people and the way that I instruct people, it helps bring a bond together, so to speak, or a camaraderie, which helps make everything go a lot smoother. I guess the best relationship, or the best position that I can rate for this question would be about being an FTO, the quality and the usefulness of helping others, and helping them understand and accomplish their training without demeaning them, talking down to them, and letting them realize that even though that I'm training them, that we're still equals on the same playing field. I believe the first responsibility of leaders is to define reality, and it also needs to be able to someone that can add value to others. The third question is the priorities to focus on. In my opinion, the first one is the jail. We need to make sure we get that back in order, make sure that we get back in compliance so we can get our funding back. I think it's going to help us relieve a lot of liability that's going to be held against us until we can get that fixed up. Also, to prevent possible future lawsuits from any of the inmates in there that will come directly towards us. I think the other big issue is, since I am an instructor, is the ability to host and have post-training there for our department and any other department as well. The second thing I think I'd work on is the command staff. I think it needs to be reevaluated. I've been doing a little research on my own for the past couple of years on this, and I've come to find out there's some positions that we have at our department now that aren't necessarily no longer in use in other departments around the southeast. I think there's a chance that we could probably get rid of some of those higher up positions and add more level entry people to give us more people on the road without affecting our budget in a certain manner. I also think, at the same time, that's going to make, obviously, the county more safe as well as the guys that are on the street and that are in the jails. And then, of course, I think the third thing would be the policies and procedures. And, of course, that's obviously going to be number one. If we are going to change anything up as far as the structure, then obviously that's going to have to be addressed. But as well, I got a promotion process that I think is in place, and I actually attached that in y'all's folder as well. In my opinion, the promotion process needs to be one of fairness, one that's deserving, someone that's actually going to, earn that spot, not just because they got me elected. The fourth question, which is my strengths, I'm a team player. I've never took any kind of credit for anything that was done in my past. I've always made sure that it was a team effort. I made sure the team understood that. I'm a good communicator. I'm a trainer in CIT, FFO team, and just want to make sure that everybody can get along and work in a personal and work ethical way. I'm a good listener, and I think that's the big thing about a communicator. I'm also humble. The weaknesses, I guess, would be that I'm an introvert. I've always had an issue with that. I've been one that kind of stayed to himself. I've worked on that, and that's changed because of me being an instructor in FTO. It kind of made me have to start talking to people in a little bit better of a way. And why I'm interested in the position, I've done a lot of things in the department for where I'm at now and what I think I can do for this department. I think the goals that I have now can push me to be a better person in this department and actually be able to extend that help to other people that I can't help at this moment.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. You actually finished your comments exactly on time, didn't you? All right, now we have time and opportunity for questions. Who would like to ask a question first? Mr. Baum.
I've got a question for you. Would you recommend that we bring someone in from the outside who doesn't have any ties to the department, or would it be a better idea to bring someone in from the inside who's got experience and would not have such a steep learning curve and could hit the ground running?
Well, in my opinion, I think that if I was the chosen person for this profession, there's a couple of people that are actually in these other 11 guys in here that I would actually consider pulling in with me. In my opinion, I believe that the top dog or the guy for this position should be someone from the outside. That way he doesn't have any kind of ties to the person. If something needs to be taken care of, it gets taken care of. There's no personal ties there. It's easier for someone to do that. But at the same time, I guess it's a kind of questionable two-sided question there, but if you brought someone in that's here as well to help out, it might help weed the process a little bit, but ultimately, I think the best decision is somebody that has nothing to do with the police or the fire, the Rutherford County.
All right, other questions? Ms. Allen.
Do you have any specific thoughts on things that you would do to help retain and recruit staff? Because it's always a staffing challenge and you're limited by salary and budget constraints. So you know what kinds of things you would do to build your staff up and help keep them?
Yep. Actually, one of the things that I thought about is in the budget. Actually, I think I put that in there as well with y'all. Yep. Some of the things I would think about doing is I've heard, and obviously I've never worked for the county, so I'm going off of knowledge of people that I know there. A lot of people are going from, say, patrol, and they get tired of being in patrol and they want to go to SRO, or they're in SRO and they're tired of that and want to go somewhere else. There needs to be some kind of push and play to keep someone on the road for an extended period of time, whether it's a 1-year or a 2-year thing. I think by doing that, it gives the people coming in. Example is if you get hired in as an SRO, and then after 6 months you decide you don't want to do that anymore, now you're taking away a job from somebody who could have gotten it that wanted to be a patrol officer when that slot comes open. So in my opinion, I think if you give somebody a 1-2 year bump where they can't move once they get that position, that will help deteriorate the idea of people actually leaving. As far as money goes, that's always going to be a problem. It's a problem where I work now. We don't get rich doing our job, so we don't, I don't think anybody coming in thinks they're going to get rich doing this. But, I also have I didn't put it in here, and I probably should have, but I have a personal evaluation that I would want to do every year, and during that every year, you'd have the ability for someone to come in, and just like everything else, your opinions change about what you do, what you think, and what you want to do inside the police department, or in this particular incident, because there's so many extra different ways that you can take that. But if they fill these out every year, on the year, and allows for this, if, say, 1 year I'm an SRO, and then after my time's up, if I want to do patrol, and my 1 year notes, I'm going to have this on file, and then that's going to go back to the actual sergeant or lieutenant, captains, and everybody else. So they also have that on style, so that way they can actually implement some kind of training to get that person geared for that next transition in their law enforcement career.
Ms. Allen?
Do you have any specific ideas on things that you would do to help reduce the inmate population?
To reduce the inmate? That's a good question. I would think that, I think we're doing a little bit better with that with Alicia Eyeshod now, or Judge Eyeshod. I think that if we can work a little bit better in that particular incident with her and other judges to see if we can't reduce the sentences, or finding a way to make different kinds of pleas, yes, I think it's possible.
Mr. Phillips.
If you would, Mr. Harvey, be a little bit more specific and tell us about your management trainings, your administrative skills, and your supervisory skills, and how many people have you directly supervised, and how long have you done that?
Okay. Are we talking in law enforcement only, or anything else outside of that?
If you don't have any in law enforcement, you can use anything, but I would prefer you stay in law enforcement.
Okay. In law enforcement, I'm an FTO, or was an FTO. I'm an instructor. To that extent, I instruct and deal with teaching people on, depending upon the size of classes and how many times a year we do those classes. As an FTO, I train multiple people all the time, and technically, as an FTO, you're always an FTO. Once you get off the program, or once you even give up being an FTO, people still come to you and ask you those questions. There's been no specific amount, I guess you could say, at one given time, because it just fluctuates from time to time as far as my law enforcement career goes.
Okay, any other questions? All right, Mr. Harvey, then, thank you very much for your presentation and your response and answers. And Ms. Stevenson will escort you, or her assistant will, back to our headquarters, and she will bring in Mr. Kennedy. Good. All right, thank you, Mr. Kennedy. You may now proceed and make your remarks, and then we'll have some questions following that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I do appreciate this opportunity to come in front of you today. Introduction, my name is Bill Kennedy. I'm currently with the Lebanon Police Department. I was with the Rutherford County Sheriff's Department for 19 years. My beautiful wife, Melissa, is here with me today. I have 7 children and five grandchildren. I want to start off by talking about, a little backwards here, talking about why I'm so interested in becoming the interim sheriff of Rutherford County. A little bit about my background. Again, I was 26 years ago, I was playing football for MTSU and was fortunate enough to find my first job out of college at the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office, and was able to work my way up as a detention officer and then patrol, then school resource officer, all the way up to the rank of major commander over the school resource officer division. My separation from the Sheriff's Department came in 2010, and they say that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And of course, at that time, you say to yourself, after 19 years with a elite department such as the Rutherford County Sheriff's Department, what do I do next? And so it was actually a blessing in disguise, because I was in management for so many years, and I had an opportunity now to go back to the front line and see what the front line is doing. I also had an opportunity to go back and get my master's degree, and I do have my master's degree in public service administration. And along the way, I have learned a lot, not only from my 19 years with the Sheriff's Department, but also my 6 years away. And I knew right from the beginning, when I got on at the Sheriff's Department, that I wanted to be a public servant. And that's what I want to be today. I want to be a public servant and be your new sheriff. Now, only having 5 minutes, we can certainly sit here and talk about the constitutionality of the Sheriff's Department. But I think that we can Google that and describe all of that goes with the constitutional information. But my philosophy of the Sheriff's Department is not much different than when I used to work there, and that is to serve and protect. You know, we are a service industry, and we got to make sure that our citizens are taken care of. And that starts at not only with the patrol division, but with the courts, with the school resource officer division, with warrants division, with the jail, and what have you. We're there to serve. And again, I could sit here and talk to you about all the duties and responsibilities, but the one thing that I can tell you, that I served in most of those positions, and if I didn't serve in that particular position at the Sheriff's Office, I worked closely with those who worked with me at the department, and I know the duties and responsibilities of that department after 19 years. My leadership style in law enforcement, each and every different situation calls for a different type of leader. If it's a tactical situation, you're going to be more of an authoritarian. But if I go back to my beginnings and back to where I started 26 years ago till today, I am a servant leader. And I have proven that much as the commander over the School Resource Officer Division. We put together one of the best divisions, not only in Rutherford County, but also in the United States of America, winning multiple national awards. I myself have been awarded nationally because of our efforts in the School Resource Officer Division. My personal strengths and my personal weaknesses, you can see from my resume the hard work that I was able to put in. Some of my top priorities that we get into at the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office is we must bring stability, honesty, and integrity back to the Sheriff's Office by rebuilding trust. We must get that jail recertified, and we must make sure that we have fiscal responsibility at the budget that can, so that the budget is so out of control right now. We've got to get fiscal responsibility under control. And in closing, I want to thank you for this opportunity to come up here and talk to you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Now we'll have a time for some questions. Who would like to speak? Mr. Kush.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, and welcome. I'm reading in part of your original set of questions that were included in this binder. You mentioned about your history as a detention officer.
Yes.
All right. Talk to me about the detention and the adult side. Tell me about the decertification and what you can do to correct that. Is this just a simple matter of people not following simple implementation procedures, or is it something much deeper than that that is a problem that needs to be corrected immediately?
In my personal opinion, I think it's oversight. I think that there needs to be oversight, not just from a body of the Sheriff's Department, but also from a body of the County Commission. I think that we all got to work together to get that adult detention center back on focus and back in place. As sheriff, what I would do is make sure that my employees were trained and they knew what was expected of them. I would make sure that the state came down and whatever insufficiencies or neglect that we decertified us, we would make sure that we got that all taken care of and pushed us forward and got recertified. I think you can see in my number 2 of top priorities is that we must get recertified.
Mr. Gurley.
Yes, if you were chosen Thursday, would you pull your leadership team from inside, outside, or a combination? That's my first question. And my second question is a little more personal. Do you have any grudges from your previous employment?
Well, I'll answer the second one first, and I do not hold a grudge. I have no grudges whatsoever with anybody that works down there currently. I would do a combination of both. There are some fine employees at the Rutherford County Sheriff's Department, and over the years we have lost a ton of employees, good, great employees, because of what you described as grudges or what have you. And I don't think it's fair to those employees who have spent their entire career building a career there to just be set aside simply because of politics. And I know that within that department there are some fantastic people that we can build with within that team. Now, there are some people that we probably need to call on that would better that department from outside. I have nobody in mind, and I've not talked to anybody about it, but I do know that if we vet some people that would come into that department and make it better, absolutely.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Kennedy, say that Thursday night you are the individual that is selected. Come Friday morning, where would you start? What would be the first things that you would do?
Well, the first thing I would do is have to tell Lebanon that I'm no longer an employee of theirs, and I'm now an employee of Rutherford County again. And the first thing I would do is go to the mayor's office and come to the county commission and find out the expectations and find out where we need to go from here. What is expected of the sheriff and of the sheriff's department from here forward. Then the next thing I would do is go down to the sheriff's office and talk to the employees and get an understanding to them that, you know, this is not a situation where we're going to come in and rip it apart. That it is a situation where we're going to rebuild. And we got to rebuild the trust. We got to start with that first and foremost. As you can see, that my top priority here is focusing on stability, honest integrity, and building the trust of not only the employees but the citizens of Rutherford County.
Mr. Phillips.
This question may seem kind of silly, but you just indicated that you just completed your educational master's degree, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir.
Tell me why.
And I wanted to talk about that in my 5 minutes, but 5 minutes really don't give you a lot of time to talk. My whole purpose when I left 6 years ago was hopefully someday to come back and be the sheriff of Rutherford County. And to do that, I had to get more formal education. I had to learn different things that maybe I was lacking. And so I had an opportunity to go get my master's degree in public service administration, and I did that for the sole purpose of coming back and becoming sheriff of Rutherford County.
This actually probably seems like a selfish question, and I thought about it with several of the other applicants. But let me ask you, you said you're no politician. What if you had an employee that came up to you and said, I'm going to run for the county commission? What would you do in a situation like that? Encourage, discourage, or neither? And one follow-up after you answer that.
Okay. And I do believe that there's state law present, you could correct me, but there is state law present that tells this employee that they cannot do that, okay, if I'm not mistaken, and more or less. And so, in my opinion, especially because he's a deputy and or from the sheriff's office, I would discourage that for the simple fact that it's in my opinion, against the law. So,
I'm not sure it's against the law, but address the conflict of interest situation, that whether you think it is or not a conflict of interest for someone from that elected officials department to serve on the governing body that oversees that department.
Oh, I see exactly what you're saying now, and again, I would discourage that as well. Same thing with nepotism. I would never in my life hire anybody who's related to me in my department because of oversight and because I think because of nepotism. I would never want there to be any kind of conflict of interest. And I think the same thing for a sheriff's deputy. I think it would be a conflict of interest that they would have oversight over the budget and laws and rules that govern the sheriff's office. Thank you.
Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have you been involved in any litigation with the county?
I have been.
Tell us about that briefly.
Two litigations. The first one was when Sheriff Arnold came into a building that we were occupying and took all of our wrestling mats. I was the coach of a wrestling team. I had 200 kids involved in that wrestling team. And at that time, they came and tore that program to pieces. They took the mats, they tried to abolish us, they tried to get rid of us, and because of that, because we worked so hard to build that facility, it was a $250,000 facility that my parents built. We tried to get back in there and use that facility, and get our mats back, and continue with that program. And also, there was 4 of us who were let go in 2010 without any cause, no cause at all. And so we attempted to get our jobs back at that time. And so those were the litigations that I had against the county.
Other questions? Mr. Turner.
Just one quick question, Mr. Kennedy. You mentioned conflict of interest and accountability and trust. How would do you have anything specific that you would do that would be relative to improving the transparency for not only the county commission and the mayor's office, but specifically the public safety committee? Because as the public safety committee, we deal with the sheriff probably more than any committee, maybe outside of budget. Needless to say, there's been a very clear lack of transparency there as it relates to, I think, respect, number one, for that committee, but number two, for the citizens of the county. Do you have anything specific in mind that you would do to improve the transparency to the public safety committee from your position?
The first thing I would do is I would bring the HR department, the IT department, and the finance department back to the sheriff's office. Years ago, they basically told them to go away. We can do this ourselves. We don't need you. Why duplicate services, number one. Number two is that was one of the biggest problems as to what why we got into the situation we got to with the current sheriff, is that there was no transparency, and that the individuals up at the mayor's office and our department heads had no idea what was going on down there because there was such a separation. So that would be the first thing I would do. The second thing I would do is then invite the public safety to look at everything. I would do an audit. First thing I would do, I would walk into there and ask the public safety for help in doing an audit, and have the public safety committee stand by me to make sure that everything down at that sheriff's department is above board, that there's nothing under the table, that there's nothing going on, and I would invite them to come down at any time to do that. And I'm surprised that it got to that point that it did, but I think we need to change our focus where we all are one team, that we're all working for the same goal, and that we're all working for transparency and working for the same direction.
Ms. Allen?
What would you say to the Rutherford County citizens who are completely adamant that we do not select anyone who has a history with the sheriff's office?
Well, I can understand completely why they would say that. I would disagree with them. I think that those people who who put in for this position who aren't from the sheriff's department or what have you, they don't know what's going on down there in terms of what each and every individual does for their duties and responsibilities. I would say that because I was a jailer and worked my way up through the ranks and worked alongside every single person at that sheriff's department, and I know that sheriff's department like the back of my hand, that a candidate from so-called within is not a bad thing, that they know the department, that they're able to come in running right from the beginning. But I do understand, because of what happened with the current sheriff, why they would want that. I completely understand that.
So far as recruiting and retaining staff, that's been a real challenge for us. So do you have any specific ideas on things that you would do to help us recruit and retain staff?
Absolutely. The first thing that we need to talk about is the budget. That is completely out of control at that sheriff's department. And there are monies that needs to be maybe rerouted. And certainly, if you go throughout the state, if you just go 30 miles away from Rutherford County, and these employees are making so much more money than those frontline deputies. And I'm not talking about your senior administrators. They don't need a raise. They don't need any more money. But your frontline employees, those employees on the front line, do need a bump. I mean, that's a fact. They're making probably less than any department within 30 miles of Rutherford County. And that would help retention. Also, good leadership and stability would help retain those employees.
Do you have any specific ideas on things that you would do to help reduce the inmate population?
Well, I know that the workhouse has 150 beds or so, and I think they only utilize, last time I saw it was like 75. And I do know that that's one way to reduce it. I do also know that the sooner you can get them to the state and in state custody and off to the state, that would reduce a lot of the inmate population. We also need to talk about RORs, and a lot of people don't like to talk about that when they're talking about misdemeanor offenses, pre-criminal offenses, or prejudicial offenses, where someone is locked up just because they can't make bail for a minor crime. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't not make sure they get to court. We need to make sure they get to court. But we shouldn't house them and lose money from the state simply because they can be ROR'd. So I think that's 3 specific ways we can help get rid of that population.
And then my last question is this. Can you tell us about a time when your integrity was tested and what you did about it?
So, great question. Difficult to think about on my feet. Let's see here. When my integrity was tested and what did I do about it? Let's see here. Yes. I'll give you a specific example. I was the commander of the School Resource Officer Division, and we had an officer who in my opinion, at the time, was doing a fantastic job. And this particular officer was accused of having sex with a minor. And at the time, I couldn't believe it. There's no way in the world that I could have believed that this individual had done that. And for a moment, I thought to myself, there's no way that this possibly could happen. And there's no way that, that we need to do something to cause this individual's career to go down the wrong path. But there's certain rules, regulations, policies, procedures, and laws that we must follow. And because of that, we've got to make sure that that person goes through all the procedures necessary to either find out he didn't do it or whether he did do it. And rather than fight it, my first inclination to say there's no way this guy did it, we had to make sure that we knew for sure whether or not he did it or not. And so that tested me at that time.
Other questions? Okay, there's no one else wishing to ask another question, Mr. Kennedy, so thank you very much for your presentation and response. And let's see, yes, Ms. Stevenson is there, so they will bring us in our next candidate, Mr. Leonard.
I guess the only good thing about giving everybody a shot at an array of questions, so it doesn't look like we've already made choices.
All right, thank you, Mr. Leonard, and you may proceed and make your presentations. If you don't get completely through, I'm sure some questions will address some of those issues that you might not have enough time. So please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Commissioners, for spending time with me today. Allow me to tell you a little bit about myself. The philosophy and the purpose of the duties of the sheriff of any community dates back to the historical reasons of performing the position long ago in society, for providing needed services to the community. The purpose and duties of the sheriff began as a volunteer post or a peacekeeper within the community, whereas the post would patrol the properties as a fire watching, crime watch, or crime prevention position due to cattle rustlers and drought conditions. Later, the position became an appointed, paid position, as many realized the importance of the post and upgraded the peace officer to include law enforcement officer, providing authority to enforce laws of the land beyond that of a citizen. This included the opportunity to be caretakers and custodians of those accused of committing crimes in their respective counties, awaiting trial and/or upon executing the sentencing of crimes provided by the courts following a trial. Security in the courtroom would become a necessity, and the sheriff would assume that role as well. The sheriff and the deputies would provide services such as assisting in building homesteads, fences, mentoring, role modeling, and even farming if needed, either directly or indirectly by calling on others to aid those in need. The sheriff was a liaison of the public and someone that either could assist anyone or knew the resource they could go to for the information to assist. The populations increased, and so did the responsibilities of service to the community, changing times, and the size of the jails used to house and feed the accused. The position eventually grew into an elected position due to many problems with corruption during the early days of appointments, resulting in an attempt to reduce the opportunity for those lacking integrity to remain at the helm of a law enforcement organization for extended periods of time, and the people in the community having no voice. My personal and professional views are among the same as when the position was formed centuries ago. My understanding of the philosophy and the purpose of the duties of the sheriff are to provide trusted service on many levels as a liaison of the community with many different resources available to aid the community. The sheriff is still that same lead liaison and peacekeeper for the community. The sheriff still has deputies to call on to assist him in these duties. My style of leadership is one that's more democratic to autocratic in relation to normal day-to-day routine operations. I tend to be more autocratic to democratic, but just slightly autocratic in my style during situations of high stress or managing new opportunities. I focus my energy on mentoring through discussion and suggestion, directing the employees to make the decision themselves during most leading opportunities, but can direct the immediate actions without input from others when needed. There are times when a leader must lean toward one range more than the other, but should never be just one style of leader, period. There are three top priorities I believe should be the areas of focus for whoever becomes your interim sheriff. One involves a comprehensive review of the operations and noting the areas to specifically address decreasing or engaging the loss of the public trust in the department. One is in increasing the department's ability to meet or exceed any and all compliance regulations through improved management techniques and accountability. And still, providing needed changes to the community corrections side of corrections and increased officer involvement in the community to afford more opportunities at reducing costs and increasing the rehabilitative successes to add to the origins, again, of providing dedicated and trusted service to the community. I have many strengths that are also some of my weaknesses. Some of these would be that I am open-minded, I'm a visionary, honorable, decisive, dedicated, accountable, trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, humble, and reverent. Within each of these strengths, I am stoic and can often have a pre-planned response to any situation. I have that career, that managerial courage to stand up when others might lay down, to voice my opinion when I believe it needs to be heard. I have the integrity, the honor, and the trust. I'm interested in this position for a number of reasons. One is to fulfill a lifelong dream. Growing up as a child with my father as a police officer. The other is to serve as a humble public servant once again, and I thank you for allowing me to serve you while I work for the state. I'd appreciate your allowing me to serve you now for your county. Thank you.
All right, well, now we have, thank you for that, Mr. Leonard, and we'll have some questions. Mr. Baum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want my first question just to be to give you the opportunity to tell us a little bit more about your background for the Tennessee Wildlife Resource Agency and how you could use your experiences there to improve the Sheriff's Department and regain trust with our public.
Absolutely. And thank you for the question. My career spans farther than the Tennessee Department of Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. I started off my career in Clarksville as a police officer. I went up to Illinois as a police officer, came back down and worked for the Tennessee Department of Corrections, where I've noticed quite a bit of similar contrasting media relations issues. And since my time with the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency, in my current position, it's in mentoring people to put out a positive public image, embrace the media, embrace the public, be transparent in all your operations. One of the things that I enjoy in the position that I'm in is being transparent with the public, and that's what we foster throughout our agency, is being able to be those representatives. We actually encourage our wildlife officers to be those representatives of the agency and speak very positively and being very productive in everything that they're doing and very efficient to present a positive image upon the agency and the state. Thank you.
Questions from anyone? Mr. Reed.
I believe you've also spent time with the Tennessee Department of Corrections, is that?
I did, yes, sir.
Not true. Which means that if you are selected for this position, you'll be swapping the Ellington Center campus down there to our campus out here. In what ways would you use to probably use some of your experience to correct some of our deficits as far as our jail is concerned, and what would help out there?
Thank you very much for that opportunity. While I was with the Tennessee Department of Corrections, I performed a number of inspections, compliance inspections on prisons, and I also assisted at probation parole offices. Some of the results from that resulted in annual compliance inspections, ACA accreditation factors, reaching out to my friends still with the Department of Corrections from the state and with other law enforcement agencies. I have a team that is willing to come in and provide a standalone audit of the agency and make recommendations at the same time, as you'll see in the previous questions that I answered, that I would be getting out, talking to the public, finding out recommendations from the public, talking with all of you. I believe in complete partnership with not only the community, but the commissioners as well, to see if we can reach a more equitable solution to your issues, your opportunities. Thank you.
Questions? I don't see anyone else wishing to ask another question, Mr. Leonard, so thank you very much for your presentation and your responses.
Thank you once again.
Right. So is our HR department in sight? There she is. Please bring in Mr. Lowry, please.
Take 10 minutes on every question. Maybe they won't ask in 10 minutes. Better not.
Thank you, Mr. Lowry. We now have your papers in front of us, and you may proceed, make your presentation, and if you don't finish all of your presentation, I'm sure some questions will bring out of you the other answers and statements you wish to make. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You have to forgive my voice. It's trying to go away, so I'll try to do as best I can. Sorry. In regard to question number one, we as law enforcement officers are called upon to assess problems, identify them, and then try to fix them. This includes the position of sheriff right now. I've spent a great deal of time in the management of large projects and have a history as someone who strongly feels the needs to fix things. And this actually applies to the sheriff's office. It's in dire need of repair. My opinion and belief, the purpose of the duties of the sheriff is to effectively lead the agency and provide safety, security, and service while, while conveying professionalism and trustworthiness to the citizens. These duties, I'm sorry. These duties include continued development of employees, enhancement of processes, and maintaining positive relationships with other law enforcement or public safety entities. The way I look at question number two, the answer for that is I feel like a lot of people are natural leaders. I don't classify myself as one of those. I believe my leadership skills, one is developed through years of varied experience and training, and the responsibilities have given to me and have given me a perspective to analyze, adapt the issues at hand, and to create productive relationships with the people that I manage or that I interact with. While serving as a captain at the Smyrna Police Department, I realized that direct interaction management was an effective tool in leadership. And it was a method that was also referred to by management as management by walking around. And that's still taught today in a lot of the management classes. Excuse me. It involves the manager in all aspects of the operation, provides a wider perspective in helping employees as they require assistance instead of micromanaging them. I was fortunate to expand these skills when I worked as an assistant chief at the Laverne Police Department, where the responsibilities I had were broadened and the leadership requirement was higher. The foremost priority, I'm going to go on to the next thing, the foremost priority that I have out of the three is to establish a stable operational working environment for the employees and understanding and conveying the assets, understanding and conveying the valuable assets that they are in the organization, and maintaining a clear, equitable, and openness in the standard for policies and procedures. The employees there have endured so much turmoil, and the uncertainty has eroded both morale and their contentment. The second of the priorities should develop from the establishment of the first. It's the concept of creating a continuity of operations. With the aforementioned stability, and also by providing a more effective and efficient functionality when you have continuity. It is my belief that if we care and that if we provide for our employees, the operation will succeed in increasing its effectiveness. And therefore, the third priority is a result of the culmination of the others. And because these three are interdependent priorities, each is influenced greatly by the others. And together, it'll demonstrate the commitment to the citizens that the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office is dedicated to repairing and reestablishing the public perception and trustworthiness, transparency, and the dependability. It's imperative that we resolve any concerns of past animosity with the governing body of the county and work together to provide positive progress towards common goals. As far as my strengths go, I think that my strengths are within my ethics, to include integrity, commitment, dedication, accountability, empathy for others, and the sociability and respect for others. These are combined with a wide variety of experiences, duties, and training within law enforcement, technology, and management areas have helped me with success in my career. And my weaknesses are over-immersion in situations and management and over-management. I tend to take too much responsibility and can fail to delegate. It creates a concept of frustration by trying to do this. And I sincerely desire and will be committed to correcting the past improprieties and failures that we were experienced by this body or the public. And I'll stop.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lowry. I'm sure you'll have an opportunity to express some more comments here.
Thank you.
Who would like to ask a question? Mr. Cush.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lowry,
Yes, sir.
what is your current duties at the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office?
A little of everything, sir. Actually, right now, I'm serving the role as taking on the duties and responsibilities of the sheriff and the chief deputy and the deputy chief.
I understand you're doing a fantastic job.
Thank you.
So tell me how you got to that point.
Where I'm now, right now, as things have changed over the last several months, I've found it necessary to take on more responsibilities, which were shared with the chief deputy up until his retirement. And then upon his retirement, there was a realization that at that point, I just inherited 14 divisions, 522 people, and inmates of about 750.
Okay, here's the puzzling question that I have.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Based on what I hear from folks in the department.
Yes, sir.
You are really doing a great job and really turning things around. So why haven't past leaders noticed this ability in you? You sound like, from what I'm hearing from folks, that you're like a hidden gem. Why have you been suppressed?
At this location, sir?
Yeah. Why?
The resistance that was met?
Yeah.
I noticed that when I came in the door, and I can clarify that greatly. When I was brought on here at the sheriff's office, I was called and asked if I would come on and take on the responsibility of certain programs and projects, large projects like the software project y'all are very aware of. And those were certain things that we wanted to look at. Very quickly, within the first few weeks, I realized that the aspect of trying to convey transparency and fairness in certain operations only applied to some. I started to begin to learn what I needed to look for and how I needed to apply things, and I was told certain things that are not something that a leader and a manager might want to hear. There were certain comments about there's only so much transparency, which I don't believe in that unless there's an active investigation. There are certain things that have been quite difficult to deal with and against some of my beliefs. And it has been rather an arduous task to remain on the periphery of a lot of the stuff that's going on and to try to be there as a buffer for the other people that work there to keep them out from the scope of some of the things that we've seen happen. And to make sure that those that are doing their jobs, those that are committed, truly dedicated to coming in, there's some really great people that work there, to make sure that nothing happens to them. And there's no reason for those people to be included in anything or targeted by anyone. But there's got to be someone there that watches their backs to make sure that they're okay and that the collateral damage from something like this doesn't affect those people who have absolutely nothing to do with it or those people who really just choose to come to work and do a good job.
Questions? Let's say Mr. Schaefer, then we'll come back to Mr. Gurley and Mr. Phillips.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lowry, you were at the Smyrna Police Department for quite a few years,
Yes,
the
sir.
last several under Chief Arnold.
Yes, sir.
And then you went back to the Sheriff's Office in 2013 to 14, and then you left and became Assistant Chief in Laverne under Chief Walker. And I'd just like you to explain to all of us why.
That transition concept?
After all those years at Smyrna, and then
When Smyrna did their study, Commissioner, when they did their study and decided they were going to downsize and remove some positions, I had a really good opportunity to leave, and it was really good for me. And at that point, I was actually offered a lateral transfer as a captain. When I left, at Smyrna, you have the assistant chief, and then you have the captains, the chief and the captains. They don't have an assistant chief's position. And so I was offered a lateral transfer to the Sheriff's Department to take over their IT section, work with communications, things of that nature. And that's what I did. And within a few months, some other transitions happened, some issues took place. I was promoted to major. And shortly thereafter, I received a call from Mike Walker. And Mike is a very respected, and he's been a mentor to me. I think a lot of him. And I'll be very blunt, you don't turn Mike down when Mike calls. And Mike called and asked me if I'd be interested in putting in for his assistant chief's position. And there were others, and I was very fortunate to be selected in that. And stayed there for another year until they had another election, and then that election took place, and I didn't have we'll say a difference of opinion in regard to retention of Giglio impaired officers. And it had nothing to do with Mike, it had to do with the new city management. And if you're not familiar with Giglio, that's an officer who is impaired by being proven to be untruthful in court. And I have a problem with that because any defense attorney can really give that officer a problem if they're kept on an agency, and it can also lead to negligent retention. So there's a lot of questions that can happen to that officer's testimony. So my recommendation was to dismiss someone, and that was not the recommendation of the other party. So that was a question. When that became an investigation, as I had investigators working on that case, that particular party began to question the integrity of the officers doing the investigation, because there were 4 independent investigations going on, and tried to make it akin to the Metro Green Mile. You remember that one from a few years back. With that, I explained to him that I couldn't work for him anymore, that I was done, and I couldn't work for someone who's taking the city in the direction he was going to take it. So that's when I excused myself and left the employment.
Mr. Gurley.
Yes, I actually have 2 questions. One, with the crisis that the jail's in.
Yes, sir.
Once you assumed command, why was there not a change in jail management? That's number 1.
Yes, sir.
And number 2 is, could you explain your role in the firing of Tommy Thompson?
Yes, sir. I can answer the second one much quicker, if that's okay, sir. I was not involved in the firing of Tommy Thompson. I was actually out of state when that took place. I was at a building analytical capacity training in Pocahontas, Arkansas. I was notified as myself and Larry Pace crossed over the Mississippi River on the way back. Totally caught off guard by that, by the way. So that's how I can answer that one. I had actually spoken to Tommy and tried to proclaim to Tommy that he was not under the microscope, as I didn't feel, and obviously I was incorrect. And I felt bad for giving him false sense of security, because I didn't think he had anything to worry about. So I hope that answers that question. In regard to the changes at the jail, there has been a change in leadership somewhat because of a reassignment of a provisional person. And when I say reassignment, not a promotion, not a reclassification, but I've put someone in a place to assist me who is over that detention center. And he has been meeting daily with the employees there, and he has been working with the management there, and has not removed persons from any type of management structure. However, he's working with them to try to change the way things are operating in that facility. Right now, I know that we've made some recent changes within the operational function of the jail. We're looking at some security issues that we're going to have to address right away. And then we're also considering some changes in training. We had the people on site actually yesterday that did the audit. TCI was back at the jail, and they were planning with us, working toward basically a mock plan to work towards our recertification and to accommodate that situation.
Mr. Phillips. Were you next? Answer, Mr. P.
Okay.
Been trying to ask the same question to everyone. What my question is we've got several candidates from in the jail, yourself being one, and several from outside. Could you explain why you think someone from inside could do a better job?
Yes, sir. I think for that concept, I think that the experience from working within the facility, obviously, you know more about the inner operation of how things function inside there. Not that a fresh set of eyes can't be something that's manageable, but the situation being currently, and during this interim process, even up to the point where the people actually pick the next 4-year term, it will take probably a year or better to educate someone from the outside on how the processes work inside. It's taken me another year to get used to things again, even though I've been back and forth there. But things have changed. I started in a detention center back in the 80s, but things have changed. So you have to learn the new processes, the way the technology has changed. We're trying to enhance that now. We're trying to deploy new product. We're trying to, again, make the jobs easier for the people working there, plus make things more efficient and give us a little bit more capability of analysis and operations. And so if you understand the operation, it's a little easier to analyze it and to make those choices. In the last year or so, I've had the opportunity and been fortunate enough to be able to assess, diagnose, and basically identify some of the problems. The biggest problem I've had with that, sir, is the capability of executing those changes, having the latitude to affect change, as has been of recent we've been trying to do.
All right, other questions? Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mayor Burgess. Mr. Lowry, we've had some opportunities to interact being with Public Safety Committee, and I've tried to ask this question this evening as well. Given that some of these things have happened because there's been a tremendous lack of transparency at the Sheriff's Department and covering up some things, how would you commit to being a more transparent interim sheriff for not only the Public Safety Committee, but the County Commission as a whole, where we can continue to improve and hopefully develop and rebuild that trust again with the Sheriff's Department on what's going on over there? Do you have any things in mind already that you might not have been able to do so far, but if you are given this position on Thursday evening, there's some things that you plan to expand on to improve that transparency?
We actually discussed a concept of this afternoon because of an event that took place and a media release that will go out. Unfortunately, it didn't result in loss of life, but a person attempted again. And with that, we put that information together, and I feel like it's incredibly important to make sure that these types of incidents are shared with not only the media, but the commission, so that you understand the inner workings of what's going on there. Because actually, if we have a problem, and we need help with that problem, then it seems like the first place we're going to take it is come to Public Safety, Finance, and into the full commission, if it has to be something that's, that we have to acquire. It's incredibly important to have transparency, again, like I stated earlier, with everything, with the exception of an active investigation. That's the only thing that we honestly can't get involved in, or a drug operation, because of the safety of that. But with everything else, there's no reason why we can't share the incidents and actions that are happening within the agency. It's not a secret. It's not a big organization where everything has to be. I don't understand. It's hard to fathom a need for something to be covered up or not to be shared. A lot of times, and it makes more sense, and I've always been a proponent of getting in front of something when an incident takes place, and that is exactly what we decided over the weekend, is make sure we get this out there, get it to the news media, make sure they know what's going on, and then the other side, that we're taking steps. And as a matter of fact, it was fortuitous again that TCI was on site when we had this going on, so we could brief them with these things, because we do want the input. They're not out to get anyone. They're not after anyone, as some people have considered. They're actually out to help. That's what these agencies do. They come in and they want to audit you and give you advice on how to run your operation so that you're more efficient and that you don't have the liability and you don't have issues that keep floating up that are going to cost this county money and cost the jobs of other people, because a lot of times when these things happen, someone winds up falling on the sword, so to speak, or being caught up in the situation. So the best thing we can do is to make everyone know what's going on, to share that. And I think it helps with our interaction. I think that the interactions that I personally can say that I've had good interactions, because when the commission or when any of the committees meet and ask a question, they're going to get an answer. And it's going to be the best answer I can give you with the information I've got. And if I need to give you more, then I'll go find more. But if I don't know at that moment, I'm going to go get you anything that I can give you. And I think that's the case. What we have to do now is we have to encourage that concept. The biggest problem that's going to face us, and I'll go back to this kind of ties back into Commissioner Gurley's question. This is a culture change in front of us, and it takes time. It's really going to take some time to change a culture, that's been embedded and been allowed to happen, we've got a task in front of us. And I think that I can commit to taking that task. But I have already said that I'm not going to get involved in any other thing. I don't have any intention of diverting my attention to any kind of campaign or anything in the future. That's not what needs to happen. It needs definitive action right now, right this moment, to start forward and not wait for another 6 months or another year and a half. We've got to start right now. So hopefully that answers the question.
Mr. McAdoo.
Yes, sir.
Quick question. Who hired you at the Sheriff Department? Which sheriff?
Well, the first time I was hired back in the 80s, I was hired under Truman Jones. The second time I came back, before going to Laverne, I was hired by Robert Arnold. Actually, I received a call from Virgil Gammon, who asked me if I would be interested in the lateral transfer. And he knew I was leaving and going to take a retirement from Smyrna, so he asked if I'd be interested in coming over. I accepted that, and I think it was 5 days later I was working for the Sheriff's Office. When I came back, I was actually volunteering at a conference here in town, an emergency number conference that is here in the state of Tennessee, and I received a phone call asking me if I would be willing to come over and take a position and help them with some of these larger projects they're dealing with. That would be Chief Randy Garrett, who called me that time and asked if I'd be interested. He said at the time he had not talked to the sheriff. He would just kind of see if the idea would be something that would be of interest. And I did not commit at that moment. I wanted to, first of all, speak to my wife, and then second of all, I called a couple of people who were very near and dear, and a longtime career sheriff who was a very close friend, and then the former chief, the current chief in Laverne, to ask them what their opinion might be of me going into there, because I wasn't certain what I was going to be walking into. But that's when I came back to work there.
Who else has a question? Mr. Dodd.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Lowry. It's conceivable that you may not get selected. That is one of the possible outcomes.
Yes, sir. Understood.
Would you have any trepidation or any animosity towards the gentlemen who are running against you in this interim position? Could you stay on and work with them?
Absolutely. Well, yeah. I can answer it very easily. Well, you guys may have heard the same rhetoric tonight. I don't know, and I hope I don't bore you with these things. I really don't. But there's a lot of things that you see within law enforcement, and a lot of people, especially career law enforcement officers. And it was something that we tried to convey to people, especially when I was assistant chief, is the fact that there's some traits we look for in law enforcement officers, or some values. And that's the whole thing that you've probably heard me say it before: the spirit of a warrior, the mind of a guardian, and the heart of a servant. I've got a heart of a servant for sure. So I'm here to help. I want to be a help to the agency. I want to help this county. I want to help, as a matter of fact, I want to help recover these problems, to fix this, to stabilize this, to rebuild the trust. Because it is disconcerting to sit here and think about what this governing body has had to deal with as far as animosity from the former administration there, a standoffishness, a closed-off interaction. That shouldn't be the case. This agency should have to depend upon a good relationship and rapport with this governing body. And it should be able to reach out to the citizens and let them know that there are people here that they can depend on when they call. So that's something that's very important right now. And again, frankly, I wish you could see the interactions going on back there. It's like a bunch of old buddies getting back together. We've all known each other for well over 30 years, for the most part. And again, I don't think there's a great deal of animosity between anybody back there. It's just everybody knows that there's a potential for anybody to get selected. I think they're realists.
Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lowry, will you just briefly describe some of the activities that have been going on over there to make personnel changes and increase the confidence in the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir. We've done some, again, provisional assignments to make sure that some of the responsibilities, as I said before, it's a little bit of a, when you have the reality hit you that you just inherited 14 divisions and 522 employees and almost 800 inmates, it's an eye-opener. And then you realize that you're the only one that's in the administrative seat. So you know you need some help. And so I looked at a couple people who could come on to assist me, or at least I could put in positions. And again, these were not promotions. These people volunteered to take on these responsibilities to help move this agency in a good direction. And for that, I commend them both. We split the duties. They're helping, again, like I was saying earlier, they're meeting with employees and going over different ideas. They're conveying changes within, we have a command staff meeting every week, and we convey a lot of things, but there's constant interaction between myself and the two assistant chiefs, the provisional assistant chiefs. They convey ideas daily. They go and talk to their people. They're doing the things that I talked about earlier. The management by walking around is not a new concept, not a new idea, but they're very good at it. They've had management training, some of the same classes, and we've all been to some different types of upper level management and leadership training. So they know how to go out and reach out to their employees and find out and identify the problems. We're looking at some disparity just for instance, we had an issue with training hours that were allotted for detention officers versus patrol officers. They brought this up. We're working to take steps to keep that from happening again. We're going to change that. Everybody seems to be very happy that we're addressing those things. It always seems like when you have employees who seem to be devalued or undervalued, then you have to take steps to assure them that you do believe in them and that you do hold them to some value. And everybody there does a great job. There is no one there that has a position that has no value. They all offer something. And I say it to many people, make sure you're good at something, you bring something good to the table because it makes you more welcome. So we want people welcome to the table. We want people to be really good at what they do. We're going to try to foster that and try to grow that, and hopefully by these changes, I've recently done what we've done, we got together and we talked about it. It was something I've done in the past. We created a policy review committee. The policy review committee, I think you may have seen in the other documentation, but what that does, that allows for a broad perspective of your policy analysis to make sure it fits not only just one division, because there may be other pieces of that, ancillary parts that might go into effect or cause a change or some type of policy thought within the other divisions. So we're having either, and this is a broad spectrum, again, this is people who are commissioned or civilian. We have someone who's going to be legal. We're going to have a person on, it's an 11-person committee who's going to be reviewing this. And all these things these are going to be things that are going to be documented. They'll keep minutes of their meetings or their recommendations. So again, this is going to be added to the openness of what we need to do. And then to go further with the hiring processes. That has been opened up in the last few months to the way we've changed things is looking at that from a different perspective and saying we need to show that there's more of an equitable, the big picture of being equitable with the totaling of scores, how they're evaluated, how they interview on the hiring process. We've actually reached out and asked that other directors of outside county offices come sit in on our interviews, not just HR, but the courts and things of that nature. And I've actually reached out to another person who's within the Board of Education to see if they would be willing to come sit in on these things, because this particular person has a great deal of leadership knowledge to bring to the table. So that gives us another good perspective to add to what we're doing. And then also shares with the citizens that we are not trying to close anyone out. We want them to know that we're broadening the perspective, not tightening the perspective. And the other thing that we've done on top of that is looking at ways to evaluate our internal workings, looking at assessing the threats or dangers to the organization, and then looking for opportunities to enhance those or correct those, or at least try to figure out a way to mitigate these things from happening again in the future if we've experienced them. And then on top of that, identifying strengths, weaknesses. You look at your weaknesses, and they're the ones that are going to lead to those dangers most of the time. But if you look at your strengths and figure out where you can enhance those things, then you're also going to go into a direction where you're going to enhance the interaction with the employees. You can increase their training. Again, that type of interaction with people helps them value themselves. The more you train people, the more value they have. So,
Thank you for that. I had one more follow-up question. What has been your role in removing some people from the sheriff's office that, people that shouldn't have been there?
Understood. It's unfortunate to have to do things like that. I mean, sometimes we know the situation, we know what's happened, we know the backstory behind it. It's again, it's an open concept. There were some things that were, quite frankly, necessary quite some time ago, and I think everybody here would agree with that. When I was able to have more input and latitude in recommendations, I became more vocal. And there were situations, especially when certain reports came in from comptrollers, that action needed to be taken. And at that point is when I started explaining that we have to do something. They're depending on us to run this agency. They depend on us to come here. I had to ask someone a while back, a friend of mine who's been very valuable to me over the years and told me things, and I asked that person, did I hurt my reputation by coming here? Because that has been bothering me. And that person looked at me and said, well, you may not have helped it. And I appreciate that, because I like people who tell me the real side of things and have always shot square with me. So with that, these are the things we saw that needed to happen. I began to talk to, at the time, Chief Garrett was still there, and encourage him to take action. And he did. At that point, he was able to listen to me and realize that we did have to take action and start down the road. We had another action that was necessary to take, but at the moment, there were some questions on whether or not we could pursue it. When that became clear, I was not able to pursue it as much as I would like to, but I was able to decommission and suspend that person. Because that person was not being held in. When you suspend a person with pay, you can compel them to be available for questioning if you're doing an investigation or you have further things, if you have to bring them in and read them Garrity and continue asking interrogatory questions. We didn't need that. So my standing on that was to suspend and suspend without pay and decommission that person until such a time that we get more information, and we will hopefully hear something in the very near future, which will give me the latitude to move further. We have had other issues, notwithstanding any of the stuff that's been going on for the last couple of years. We've had other employees that have done things that obviously I won't allow. If an employee gets arrested, if an employee gets investigated, if an employee does something that is so egregious, I'm sorry, I've actually interacted with HR and asked them, as far as doing written reports, written reprimands, verbal reprimands, how far do they have to go? Because it seems like at the sheriff's office, they go a long, long way. And second chances turn into third and fourth and fifth and sixth and seventh chances. All that does is erode the confidence that the other employees have in the agency, because they see persons, and they have seen, I should say, persons being treated differently, or if you would, getting away with more than a normal person would because of connections and things of that nature. I don't believe in that. I believe in fairness and equity. If an employee, and accountability, if an employee does something wrong, they're going to have to stand and be accountable. There are consequences to their actions. We're technically held to a higher standard in law enforcement. They understand that when they're hired. And if we need to take action, then they need to understand that we will take action. I've had the unfortunate experience of having to sit across the table with a very dear friend that I've known, former roommate, and terminate that person. It wasn't an easy thing to do. We were both tearing up. But it was for the good of the operation. I had to do it. There was no question. So these are the things we're looking at doing. We're going to have to make changes. I realize that. Continued changes are going to happen. But it's for the good of the operation. It's for the good of the integrity and rebuilding the trust of the public. It's got to change. It's got to stop.
Ms. Allen.
You're taking a real gamble on this position because it's only an 18-month appointment with no guarantee that you'll be hired back by whoever wins the election. So what will you do in 2018 if you're not hired back?
I want to say the 5 words I say to everybody else when I teach. I like to mentor young officers when they come in. We've talked to them about certain things. We talk to officers about what the word badge means. We talk to officers about, truthfulness, integrity. We talk to those officers about their ethics, what their morals mean to them, the ethics, the pieces that add up to those things like their integrity, their dignity, their honor. Those are things that they own. They come in the door with those things, and nobody can take that away. They have to surrender that, and if they do, they may never get it back. So we have those talks with them about gratuities and truthfulness. So, excuse me, I'm sorry. I tell them when I talk to them, a lot of times, and especially with the younger generation that we're seeing now, that the career for them generally is not a long-time career. I'm seeing officers I see officers that I know that I've worked with in other agencies working 10 years, and then they go into real estate, or they go into the tech world, or they go wherever they wind up going. But we talk to them, and I tell them, here's the thing, and I believe in this completely. 5 words: there is always something else. You can do something else. You can look at it from a different perspective. You can find another job. You just have to be motivated to do so, and you have to have the drive to do so. If you have value, you can apply it nearly anywhere. And so I have the confidence to know that I'll be okay, regardless of what happens. And I just simply want to help rebuild this agency. It's important to me because, again, that's my tech background, I think, is that I need to fix things. And I'd like the opportunity to do so.
Your name has come up from a couple of candidates of someone that they would like on their leadership team. Have you given any thought to who'll be on your leadership team?
I've thought a little bit about it. There are people who stand out. And the fact of it is, it's not that it's a relationship. It's the fact that I do know them. I've known them both for many, many years. A couple that pop out in my head. But then again, there's a couple that are currently there that are helping me right now that could help lead the agency. They're proving themselves. I'm really, really proud of what they're doing. I'm impressed. And they are committed. So, and I apologize. I have known Virgil Gammon for well over 30 years. And I respect him. He and I have a mutual respect. Dale Armour, I know quite well. I know several of the gentlemen back there, and I think all of them have a value to bring to the table. Mike Fitzhugh, again, there's several people I know that could come in and fill a role. And especially the ones that have that wide variety of experience and capability, and the training that they've had in their management background. So there are quite a few names that I would consider in that realm. And there may be some that I haven't even thought of yet, quite frankly, that could come to mind. There are those maybe at other agencies that I would maybe think about bringing, I would like to think about, but I simply don't think I could lure them away.
What would you say to the Rutherford County citizens who are completely adamant that we do not fill this position from someone with a history at the Sheriff's Department? What would you say to those citizens?
Well, I understand. I understand that perspective, and that is a really good question. If you fill the position from outside the sheriff's office, it would be recommended that you find someone from a sheriff's office, just merely because of the nature of the organization and the process. The organizational behavior there is so unique because coming over from a municipality, or 2 municipalities technically, there's a totally different dynamic when you draw a concept and think about that jail. And that is, it can be overwhelming when you realize the responsibility and liability that big brick monster brings. But I think that they might understand that there is not a connection, I'll just say with myself, of a personal type with the former administration. It was called to come and do a job. And for the same reason, a couple of other names I mentioned, or one of the other names I mentioned, actually 2, have worked there before themselves. But that doesn't mean that they don't have the right drive and they don't have the right intentions, because I think they do. I think everyone that's wanting to apply for this has good intentions. I hope they do. The last thing the employees need is someone with an axe to grind or a malicious intent. These employees have been through so much. All they want is stability. They want stability, and they profess that all the time. They've been through so much in the last almost 2 years that it's hard to think about. It really is, because they could come to work one day and maybe not have an office or be in a different division or may not have a job, just at a whim. It's not how you manage. I'm sorry, but that's just not how you manage. And there were times when I had the opportunities to make suggestions on things that might have come to my attention. There were times when there were things that were brought up and I would just say, why do you want to do that? What purpose does that serve? And it had no purpose. So I would go to that person and tell them, look, if you hear anything about this happening, or someone comes to you and tells you this is going to happen, just understand it's not true. The concept of messing with people has no business within an organization. I don't care where it's at, whether it's in public safety or otherwise. It's not. It can't help the operation run. It's a detriment. So I think that there are people there who could lead this agency in a good direction. And regardless of that, I've actually talked about that when I had to make the provisional appointments, because I had to look at the people there and say, what happens if I leave here tonight and I pull out onto the road on Salem Highway and get hit by a bus? I have to have confidence in someone who can take over, and someone who knows the operation and can recommend what happens, and they can come up here and build a rapport, and they can bring the information to you that you need. And you have to have someone that you can trust, that knows what's going on. So again, those people work there now. I think the public would be, they'd be understanding in the fact that if you have someone there that knows the whole operation, who are disconnected again from that administration, that they'd be quite safe. And they need to understand too that a lot of those persons may have been those who were very concerned, if not bringing to the forefront the issues that were in hand that caused all this to happen. There are still people there that were not terminated, that were under the microscope of the former administration. And it's frankly, they're lucky they still have their jobs, because they did, in many cases, stand up and say, no, what you're doing is wrong. They know the difference between right and wrong.
All right, who has another question? All right. Mr. Lowry, I thank you for your presentation and your response to these questions, and we will let you retire to your headquarters, and then we'll bring in Mr. Sissom, please.
Well, I see most of you are still awake.
Okay, let them hand your information out first before you get going there, and give you full opportunity.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Sissom, I believe we're ready to proceed, so you can make your statements, and in the event you don't finish everything you'd like to say, I'm sure some questions will be asked, and that will give you an opportunity maybe to finish some things that maybe you'd like to say. So please proceed.
Okay. Duties of the sheriff, basically anything that deals with the unincorporated portions of the county and even some of the incorporated portions were service of warrants and the jail, the courthouse, witnesses, for jurors, taking care of them, just basically dealing with transportation from jail, prison, as well as dealing with disasters like the tornado, for example, that we had to deal with several years back. And just anything law enforcement related in the county, the sheriff could and probably would have some hand in that. That's a thumbnail version of that. And then the second describes your leadership style and related to one of your previous positions in law enforcement. Mine is basically a servant type leadership. I give people parameters to operate in and let them develop. And most of the development that has our police department, where I've been shift commander, more of the people that are developing to go into the detective division or the specialized units have been from my shift. It's something that we take great pride in because we allow people the room to grow and to learn, and without standing over them, but giving them acceptable parameters to keep themselves from getting into trouble. Is one of the big things. One of the top priorities as the interim sheriff would be to get the jail recertified as a necessity for a whole bunch of other reasons other than just having it certified. But and second, I would believe would be getting more people into the jail actually working and out onto the streets actually handling the calls, because talking to some of the men and women that work out there now, that there are less people handling the calls than there were several years ago, as far back as 10 years. And putting some of the too many chiefs and not enough Indians in the department, that putting more people actually out on the road or in the jail to handle and monitor the calls for service and the prisoners. That's being reassigned to functions that weren't actually law enforcement related, but more auxiliary. That would be one of the chief priorities that I would see going out there as the interim sheriff. One of the other things that would be a top priority would be reviewing the latest judgments and what has happened out there through HR and in the workers' comp claims to improve training and review the situations that led up to some of the problems that have been out there over the last few years. One of the biggest strengths that I have is the fact that I've got a law degree. I've had a lot of extensive training in legal matters. I am a good listener. You can learn from your employees just by how they're dealing with problems and some of the stuff that you do to may affect them. try to be respectful. And some of my biggest weaknesses are I'm stubborn, need to work on organization and punctual. And the biggest reason that I've wanted to be sheriff was because I have seen a lot of the problems that have this led to.
All right, Mr. System, thank you. And we will allow our commissioners to ask questions that they may have. Who would like to ask a question? Mr. Jordan.
I might as well get one in. Mr. System, you're from the city of Murfreesboro, and it'll take you, I would think, a little bit of time to get up to speed as far as at the Sheriff's Department. What would you envision your first 30 days on the job look like? If you went in, what would be your first points of action? And who would you surround yourself with? Just give me a run through about what you do your first few weeks.
First off, I would, part of the plan that I would do would, because I do need to get into up to speed, as you put it, would be probably make everyone there fill out an application. First thing I would probably do. I've talked about that with a lot of people that way when I brought them in and talked to each and every one of them that is on a priority list with some of the key departments and divisions, and then working out. You'd be surprised at what you would learn from talking to people that are there and have been there, and learning and listening. That would be part of it, and part of that would be talking to the human resources people as well, and looking at the problems and the during the facilities and management by walking around. A lot of it is that answer pretty much what you.
Who else would like to ask a question? Maybe they are getting tired, Mr.
Yes, I figured we were tired back there too.
We have all of your information here. I don't see anyone else wishing to ask a question, Mr. System, so we do appreciate your application and your presentation, and thank you very much. And we will ask our HR team to bring in Mr. Thomas. right, Mr. Thomas, I think they have passed out all of your information here. You may proceed, make your comments, your statements, and if you don't quite get through, I'm sure some of the questions might bring out some things that you continue to want to say to them. So please proceed.
All right. My name's Max Thomas, and I'm going to go over the leadership discussion questions that you asked us to respond to. The first question, of course, was please summarize your understanding and philosophy of the purpose and duties of the sheriff. Published in 2006, the University of Tennessee put out the Sheriff's Handbook. Basically, there are 4 main priorities of the sheriff. That's keeping the peace, serving the court, serving the orders of the court, and maintaining the jail, operating the jail. It's followed by 22 additional pages of duties of the sheriff. Now, there's no way that one man can do all these duties. The sheriff must have an understanding and must be an administrator. He must be an administrator who oversees the leadership to ensure that all these duties are fulfilled. The sheriff must have an understanding of the statutory duties of the requirements of the sheriff and must work with county leaders, both elected and otherwise, in order to maintain safety and security within the county. While fulfilling these duties, the sheriff must work also to prevent crime, thus relieving the burden on the courts and the jail. Crime prevention starts with the school resource officers to start for the long term with the children and goes through a bunch of other different categories that need to be done to prevent crime. In describing my style of leadership, I'm a multifaceted leader. I do the leadership styles that are required at the time based on the situation. They ask me what I believe caused this or how this applied to my previous positions. While I was the chief of the agricultural crime unit, we had one of the lowest employee turnover rates in the state. And I believe that this had a lot to do with the style of leadership that I just mentioned. What are the 3 top priorities you think you should focus on or address as the appointed interim sheriff? Maintaining and regaining certification of the jail and the department is first and foremost a priority. In order to accomplish this goal, the right people need to be put in place to ensure this challenge is reached. With the right people in place, the secondary benefit, which is also a priority, will be that the employees regain confidence in the leadership of the department. As confidence in leadership returns, so does the morale of the department. Certification, confidence in leadership, and morale of the employees are the top 3 challenges facing the Sheriff's Department. All of these work hand in hand to resolve themselves. Since I have no ties to the current administration and have no intention to run for election, I'll be able to devote my time to meet these challenges and work to restore the confidence of the citizens of Rutherford County in the Sheriff's Department. My goal will be to prepare the department for a clean takeover by whoever is elected to serve as the next sheriff. It asked us to describe our personal strengths and weaknesses. Reliability, responsibility, and self-confidence are my greatest strengths. When I commit to a project, I'm going to see it through and complete it to the best of my ability. I take blame for failures, but give credit to others for success. My greatest weakness is giving others the benefit of the doubt. I also suppress my feelings and have a tendency to hold them in while I work on a compromise to prevent confrontation. I've got 1 minute to tell you why I'm interested. I'm watching the clock. I've got 1 minute to tell you why I'm interested in this position. I feel I have the ability to bring the confidence in the department, both with the public and personnel, back to where it needs to be. I will prepare the department for the elected sheriff to assume the duties of office with minimal disruption to the employees and services provided. In order to do this, this would have to be a department that has high morale, the confidence of the citizens, and will not need any drastic changes when a new administration comes in. As a longtime citizen of Rutherford County that has worked with sheriff's departments throughout the state, I know that the Rutherford County Sheriff's Department is one of the best departments in the state and just needs proper leadership to emphasize the ability and accomplishments of the department and its employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Now, who would like to ask a question? Mr. Baum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Thomas, it looks like from your resume that you're currently retired, but you spent about 30 years for the Agricultural Crime Unit. We probably don't know a lot about that. Tell us a little bit about that and what skills and experiences you've gained there that you could use here in Rutherford County and our Sheriff's Department in tasks like getting our jail recertified.
The Agricultural Crime Unit, a few of you are familiar with the Agricultural Crime Unit, but the Agricultural Crime Unit primary duties and function was wildfire arson and rural crimes such as cattle theft, horse theft, crimes that occurred on the farm. We were also responsible for any crimes that occurred in the state forest throughout Tennessee. We had investigators that worked the entire state. I was in charge of the department. We have worked everything from homicides to the murder of a detective in one of the counties that was working on a cattle theft case. I've worked cases of trash dumping. I've worked cases of assault and batteries that occurred on state forest. Any case that you can think of, from drugs to murder to dumping of trash, we have worked in the capacity with the livestock or the agricultural enforcement. Does that answer your question? We also, to add a little bit more to that, we were also one of the first agencies to go to semi-automatic weapons. We were one of the first agencies in the state that did training on occult and did a lot of extra work with the occult. We did a lot of extra work with terrorism due to the fact that most of the terrorism modules or models that they had indicated that the terrorism would come through agriculture.
Other questions? Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Thomas, thank you for your service to our state and your long career. We appreciate everything that you've done for us. You've indicated that your number one priority would be in jail recertification and putting the right people in place. Do you have those people in mind and would be ready to start on that recertification Friday?
I have some people in mind. Part of it would require me to interview the personnel that are there right now and find out and talk to them and talk to the other personnel that are under the leadership that's there, and also talk to some past leadership. Am I ready to go in and clean house, so to speak? No, I don't think anybody's ready to go in and clean house. I think you have to evaluate, and with part of that evaluation will be interviewing the employees and so forth.
All right, who else? Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one quick question, Mr. Thomas. From your history and your background with your work experience on the agriculture side, you mentioned that you feel confident that you can go in there within 18 months and be able to clean up some of the challenges that we've been experiencing at the Sheriff's Office. What gives you the confidence to do that with no previous background or experience as an officer or as an employee of the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office? What makes you believe that you can get it done in 18 months to then successfully transition that out to someone who might be elected in 2018?
Number one, I feel like I know how to supervise. And I think that as an administrator, which is what the Sheriff's Department needs in the sheriff's position, is an administrator, that you can put the right people in the right place, and all these problems are going to resolve themselves. And as long as you are able to supervise, and you're able to interview, and you're able to put the right people in the right positions, those situations resolve themselves for the most part. It requires somebody that knows how to manage leaders and give them the leeway to do their job, but also be ready to correct them when they're wrong. And I have worked with sheriff's departments throughout the state, and I honestly believe that Rutherford County Sheriff's Office is one of the better departments. We've got some great personnel up there. We've got a lot of accomplishments that have been done at the Rutherford County Sheriff's Department as an example for other sheriff's departments statewide. And I believe that with the right leadership in place, that things will work themselves out.
Other questions? Okay, I don't see anyone else wishing to ask another question, Mr. Thomas, so thank you very much for your presentation and your response to those questions. And we will now invite Mr. Thompson to come aboard. Hello. No, you just stand aside till she gets everything passed out here.
I was thinking about 11. Looks like it's picked up a little bit.
Yep.
I thought they brought you some. They were looking around for cups and everything.
All right, Mr. Thompson, in the likely occurrence that you probably won't finish this in your allotted time, there will be questions, and I'm sure you'll get an opportunity to fill in the blanks that you choose at that moment. So please make your presentation.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Tommy Thompson. I retired from U.S. Marshals, worked for the sheriff for almost 3 years as a major, was let go last February. Summarize my understanding, philosophy of the purpose and duties of the sheriff. The office of sheriff is the highest law enforcement officer according to our Constitution in the county. I believe as such the sheriff ought to be a leader in the law enforcement community, ought to help bring agencies together. The sheriff needs to have exemplary personal conduct and, be willing to help pitch out and help pitch in and help out wherever he goes. The duties, of course, I'll go through them real quick. Detention center, uniformed services, communications, criminal and background investigations, security for the court and other operations, school security, transporting prisoners, civil and criminal warrants, seizing, disposing of property, performing other duties too. Style of leadership, I like to use the collaborative style. So if I've got a problem, I like to bring in my people and say, hey, let's figure this out together. And I've done that my whole management career. I was manager probably, I don't know, all but about 6 years of my law enforcement career. It's effective. It teaches people how to come together to solve problems. Obviously, synergy is a good way to solve problems because you've got more heads putting it together. A good example, the new Judicial Center, I was assigned to help design the sheriff space in there. I brought the people in from Judicial Services. We
we touched almost every inch of that judicial center that's going up with recommendations. Top 3 priorities: personnel. Need to reassure the employees a new day is here, fill vacant command staff positions, of course, implement a formal evaluation system, review all the positions to see what's needed, if there's some changes we can make, formalize the hiring process a little bit more, career development plan for the employees so they know if they want to move up, these are the things you have to do. Work with the mayor, HR, county commission to plan the staffing for the new judicial center. And if you saw my materials earlier, you realize, that's coming up on us. The detention center is another priority. Obviously, we need to get it recertified by TCI. There's really no excuse it's not. Review all policies, see if there's any actions we need to take, and then, of course, all options will be on the table, from shifts to personnel to whatever, to try to solve this problem. The budget's a third. Time's of the essence. The new interim sheriff, one of the first things he's going to be faced with is getting the budget ready for the next fiscal year, because if I recall, we start very soon. We've got to evaluate the need for personnel changes or additions if we need it. We need to look at the courthouse. How are we going to guard the courthouse? Is it going to involve contractors? Is it going to involve additional people? I think there's some ways we can do it to maybe free up some certified officers. Obviously, 1,000, I think I read 1,000 new students every year coming to schools. That means more SROs. We've got to look at that. And obviously, as interim mayor, I would work with the mayor and the county commission and the other people to do this. Strengths. I'm mature personally and professionally. I've got a lifetime of experience on which to draw examples. I got kidded a lot for telling Marshal Service stories. Oh, Agon's back there, he'd always bust my chops. But it helped me to solve problems because a lot of times I had already experienced something similar to what we were facing. I can solve problems, willing to take on tough assignments. I've been in leadership positions all my life, all my adult life except for 2 years. I've risen to that. I'm an optimist. I won't say something's too hard. I'll say, let's figure out a way to do it. I'm also very patient. I know how it is working in government where you've got to go through the procedures. That's how the federal government was. Weaknesses as an optimist, sometimes I trust people too much, so especially co-workers. So sometimes they'll take advantage of me and they'll have to prove to me that they can't be trusted. And that's happened to me with my former boss, of course, and it's happened to me with some people I worked with. I always try to look at the good in people. And another thing I've always dealt with is procrastination. I'll be perfectly frank with you. I don't do it on the job. I've gotten a good handle on that, but I still got some honey-do lists over at home I deal with. Why am I interested? I just want to help. I moved to Rutherford County in 2006. And I love it here, and I just want to help my community. You want me to keep going or quit?
Well, we're going to see if they'll ask some questions and you
All right.
can fill
Well, please
in there.
ask me about that last part.
All right. Who would like to ask a question? Mr. Thompson.
Yes, sir.
Phillips.
Thompson, I know this is probably some clerical issue, but under your post report, I think point number 5 said no, there was no proof of educational background.
Really? I provided them a copy of my high school diploma. I believe that was the minimum standard. I graduated from, and they never called me and asked me to provide. I can have it to the mayor's office tomorrow morning. It's not a problem.
I'm just asking for clarification.
Yeah, I graduated from Brainerd High School in Chattanooga in 1976. I have a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from UT Chattanooga. I got that in 1981.
That's what your resume says, and that's what I wanted to clarify.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And let's see, Mr. Schaefer and then Mr. Reed, please.
Mr. Thompson, I just wanted you to tell us, decertification, how does it affect daily jail operations?
Okay. I was actually asked that when it first happened. Of course, I wasn't at the jail anymore. A couple of things is my understanding. One is it opens the county up to more liability. For instance, if somebody wants to file a civil lawsuit against the jail, if I were the plaintiff's attorney, I would say, well, the jail's not even certified. So that's gonna put us in a harder position to defend ourselves when we haven't passed, the certification from the state. And my understanding is also if the state reimburses the county for all sentenced felony prisoners in there, I think it was 37 a day, something like that. My understanding is decertification, the state reduces that amount, so we don't get as much money back for the inmates that we keep for the state. The reality of it is they're not going to close the jail down or take all the state prisoners out because they don't have any place to put them. But we are opening ourselves up to liability, and we also are getting less reimbursement for the state. Now, that $37 a day doesn't cover the cost of a prisoner. I believe it was a little bit more than that when I was still there, but it certainly offsets the cost, and I know we like getting those checks here to the county every month, but they're going to be less until we can correct this problem.
Let's see. That was Mr. Schaefer. Mr. Reed is next, I believe.
Mr. Thompson, I think the last time I talked to you, we were at the jail discussing some of that same issue, and I think right after that's when some of this happened. And what we were discussing at that time is how to fix this. And now as sheriff, if you have that opportunity, the question is, we don't ask for much. We're just saying fix it.
Right.
How would you fix it?
Okay. Well, obviously, and I haven't seen the report, so I don't know exactly how we failed the certification. When I was there, we didn't pass the inspection because of the jail SIG procurement problem. That's what the inspector told us. I referenced that in the material. But when they do these inspections, they'll do a surprise inspection. They don't announce it, so they'll come out. They'll do the inspection. You sit down for a debriefing, and they'll tell you what you have to fix. Some of the stuff you can fix right on the spot, and then some of it, they'll give you a date when they're coming back, and you're expected to fix that. So I would have to look and see. For instance, what I read in the paper was that they weren't doing the checks at the right time. They weren't checking on the prisoners like they were supposed to. That had to be priority number one. That would have to be stressed to the managers. You will do this. You will have your people do this. Now, you got to prioritize things in the jail. There's always things going on. It's like a Swiss watch almost, because you've always got people moving around. You've always got people being booked in. You've always got people being released. You got people going to medical. You got people going to programs, going to court. But you got to have priorities. And so if I went back, prisoner care would have to be the priority. And if you've got to stop a prisoner movement because you've got to slow down and do the walkthrough and do the 15-minute check on the suicide watches or the hourly checks on the regular prisoners, then that's it. And if everything else has to stop, it has to stop. I learned a long time ago, both in the Marshal Service and here at the Sheriff's Office, that people get in a hurry. They think that they've got to get this stuff done, and sometimes you just got to slow down and do it right. You got to slow down and do it right. And if it takes an extra 15 minutes to book somebody in the jail, then it takes an extra 15 minutes to book somebody in the jail. Or if it takes longer to take them to court, we'll have to work with our judges and say, we had to stop and make sure that this was done before we took them to court. Now, you'd have to, explain to them, but most things like this, most mistakes like this that I have encountered in my career, people get in a hurry and they don't know what their priorities are. And so as a management team, we have to tell them what our priorities are. Obviously, prisoner safety is right up there with officer safety, and we've got to do this. And any other issues we had, that's how we'd approach it. We'd set the priorities. And so if you can only do one thing at that particular time, and it's time to go check on the prisoners, then that's what you do. You stop everything else. So that's how I would solve that particular issue.
Who else has a question, please? Mr. Gurley.
Yes, actually, I have two questions. The first one is, if you were chosen Thursday night, would you build your management team from internal, external, or a combination?
I think it would be a combination. There's one or two people that aren't there right now that I would look at, and then there's certainly plenty of good people there as well. I don't see a whole lot of change right at the start, but it's like I said in some of the materials, we might have to look at where people are placed. We might have to move some people around who would carry out these priorities that I've just talked about. You know, we've got to have, whoever is on our management team has to buy in that we've got to do these priorities. And so I think it would be a combination. I'm not saying that I would come in there and fire anybody right off the bat or ask to fire somebody right off the bat. I don't necessarily see a need for that right now. You know, if there is in the future, you know, then we'd look at that. But no, it would be a combination.
My second question has to do with some previous testimony. You indicated in your information supplied to us in this book that then Deputy Chief Lowry had written you up.
Yes.
And so on. Yet I asked Deputy Chief Lowry earlier when he was here, and he said he had no part in your firing.
Well, I think it's two different. I think it's two different things that you're talking about. He wrote me up because he served me the papers. There were 6 different things. I don't even remember what they are, frankly, except for the very first one, and it was something that happened in a command staff meeting, and they thought maybe I'd said something inappropriate with whoever was in the room. Keith wasn't there. He asked me about it by email back when that happened. Now, this was weeks before this write-up happened. I responded to him by email. I gave him my notes. I said it didn't happen like what you heard anecdotally, and he sent me a message back and said, well, we're good, so we didn't have anything to do with it. He served me with the papers. Now, I believe he was instructed to write me up and because they wanted to terminate me. That's what I told you in my thing, and I firmly believe that. Now, that was on a Friday. The next Tuesday, because Monday was Martin Luther King Day, we had the meeting, which I described. We talked it out. We all shook hands at the end of the meeting, Lowry, Garrett, and Arnold, and I thought I was good. I thought I was going to make it. And I did what they wanted me to do. I came down the hall and visited with them. And I wasn't trying to undermine the sheriff the whole time I was there. I was just trying to do my job. And that Friday, like I described, now we'd had the 2 suicides at the jail. Let me talk about that for a second. It was tragic. And on 2 Saturdays in a row, late January, early February, if I remember right. One happened in Booking, one happened in upstairs on one of the floors. I can't remember what the floor is. There was a camera on the gentleman in Booking, and I think this case is settled. Is that right? The one in Booking? Yes. There was a camera on the one in Booking, and they monitor all these scenes up on the thing. So when you sit at the desk, you've got to answer the phone, you got to do all this stuff, and you got to watch all these monitors up here. I watched every second when that man was in our jail. And if you hadn't been looking at that scene for 3 seconds is all it took for him to wrap that phone cord around his neck and sit down. And if somebody hadn't been looking at that exact moment, they never would have seen it. And that's what happened. Now, he did it and he wasn't on suicide watch, so it wasn't a 15-minute check. He did it about 20 minutes before the normal routine check would have been. So he would have been dead for 20 minutes before they found him. Now, there were some problems. They didn't check it 20 minutes like they were supposed to. I think they pencil whipped it, if I remember right. And we dealt with that. But they found him when they came back to take him to the commissioner to read the charges to him. So That was the first one. The second one, the guy was up on the, had been putting his up on the floor. The inmates have an option of staying in their cell or coming out for rec, what they call rec, where they come out in the big day room and visit and hang out. He chose to stay in the rec room. I watched every second of when he was in the jail. Now, there's no cameras in the cells up on the floors, only in booking and a few high, isolation cells or high-threat cells or whatever, medical cells. He stayed up there. He had given us no indication he had passed the suicide prevention protocol, which means he didn't tell us that he wanted to hurt himself or anything. His roommate went back up after about an hour and 45 minutes, and he was dead. Found him dead. I responded down there that night. We set up a team. The TBI came in. We got information. We collected the information. We kind of worked out of my office, and they went up and did the thing the detectives did. And it was a very tragic situation. We didn't have a clue. And the way we're set up, the way the jail is set up, it could, well, I'm not even going to say it, all right? But, so, take that, and then we move on, and I did the reports that Chief Garrett asked me, and turned them, I might have given them to Chief Lowry, but I did the reports, very detailed, explaining everything that happened. And I put a lot of time in both of them. That Friday, February 19th, I'm sitting in my office, and the sheriff comes in, said, I'm going to have to let you go. I need your gun, your badge, your credential card. I said, all right. So I stood up, cleared my gun, put it on the table, put the badge down and the credential card, and I said, why? The sheriff said, because of the situation at the jail. Okay? And I told him, I said, well, it's a good thing I had these extra plastic tubs like I bought at Walmart 6 weeks before. And so I carried them out and put them down in front of him. Because I knew, once Virgil got fired, I knew I was next. I just didn't know when. I asked the sheriff, I said, I told the sheriff, I said, I didn't have anything to do with those suicides. He said, you're the jail inspector. I said, all right, that's fine. And the last thing I told him was, I said, I'm going to federal grand jury in about a week and a half. I was going to tell him earlier that week, but that was the week he said there were shots fired at his house, so he was having a bad week. So I was putting it off to tell him. But I did tell him before I went, and I, in fact, did go to the grand jury a week or two later, whenever it was. So, of course, they did a press release and said I was fired because of the situation at the jail. That's fair enough. But also, that night, that afternoon, I look and I see where Virgil's lawsuit, Chief Gammon's lawsuit, had been filed, and it was in the paper too. And in the lawsuit was that email I sent the sheriff and Evan Cope warning the sheriff that you can't fire whistleblowers. It costs us taxpayers money. And you can read all about that stuff. But my point is, Chief Lowry certainly didn't have anything to do with my firing. I believe that. I think it was the sheriff and maybe Garrett. The sheriff fired people, and I mentioned that in the paperwork. He fired people that worked for me without my knowledge until the time it happened. So that's not unusual. So I don't blame Keith Lowry for this by any stretch. He was told, hey, here's 6 things we want you to write him up for, and he did. And I thought we had worked it out, but obviously when the sheriff saw that I'd given Virgil the lawsuit, I believe he fired me. It's like I said, I'm not going to sue the county. I've still got a month. I guess I could, but I'm not going to. We've had enough lawsuits because of these personnel actions. I did consult an attorney a long time ago. I had another one approach me. I never called him back. We just need to put this behind us and get moving forward. So, long answer. Keith did write me up. He did not have. I believe what he says, that he did not have anything to do with my termination. I believe that.
Mr. Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor Burgess. Mr. Thompson, you worked for the U.S. Marshal's Office for 20-something years?
About 29 plus. Yes, sir. Yes.
Left that position to come to work for the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, sir.
You worked there for about 3 years?
Almost 3 years, right. I was a few months shy of it.
Why did you leave the marshal's office and come to work at the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
And who hired you?
Yes.
Recruited you for that position?
Right, okay. The feds have a mandatory retirement age of 57, okay? So all federal agents have to go when they're 57. When I hit about my I was vested in retirement when I hit 50. I had enough time in. Of course, we got 2% a year for each additional year, so I wasn't quite ready to go at 50. I'd started looking around for a job. As some of y'all may recall, I'd applied for the election administrator's job when Nicole Russell got it. I was interviewed for that. I was fortunate enough to get an interview a year or so later when y'all gave the mayor a deputy mayor, and I actually interviewed for the deputy mayor position. And during that time, the sheriff had approached me about coming to work for him. We were out serving warrants. We had our task force down here working with Rutherford County, and some of my guys said, "Why don't you come out with us, Chief?" And I said, "All right." So I went up to Walter Hill, got my stuff, came back, and we were going around out in the neighborhoods. So I got to know Sheriff Arnold a little bit during that trip. We had a fugitive commit suicide when our deputies, task force guys, went in the door up in Smyrna about 6 months after that. I talked to the sheriff outside the house that night while we were waiting, for the crime scene to be processed, and he said, I'm going to try to find a place for you in my administration. And I was appreciative. It's like I said, I just wanted to, I love this community. I just wanted to serve, so that opportunity, I was looking forward to it. And so he got back with me towards the end of 2015, or 2012, he got back with me. And at that time, I was in the process of being considered for the airport police chief in Nashville. I was one of 2 finalists for that. And so I told the sheriff, I said, let me see how this works out. And if I don't get that job, then I'll be glad to come work for you. And so they gave it to the other guy. They told me they'd hire me somewhere else in the country if I wanted to move. I said, I don't want to move. I want to stay in Tennessee. And so I've contacted the sheriff, and I said, if you still want me, I'm available. So we met at breakfast, I forget the restaurant, and set the date of May 6th for my starting date of 2013. And so I retired from the marshals on Friday the 3rd of May, was retired 2 days, and then started with the sheriff's office on the following Monday. When they brought me in, they really didn't know. The sheriff said, well, I might put you in helping with the budget or something like that. He didn't give me any indication. He knew exactly where he was going to put me. So when I got there, he put me over warrants and records and evidence and seized property, kind of combined a couple of units. Well, about my second week in, he calls Major Guy Goff and me into his office, and he said, I need you two to switch. I just need you to switch. He really didn't go into any explanation. I told the sheriff I'm a team player. If that's what you want me to do, of course. So on July 1st of 2013, I became the jail administrator. And that's how I ended up there. But the sheriff recruited me. Now, I've been told by a couple of people he hired me because he thought I was going to run for sheriff against him. That was an interesting theory. I didn't know how to run for sheriff back then. And he actually asked me, before he hired me, I said, well, if I thought you were doing a good job, I wouldn't have a need to run for you, to run against you. And, of course, at that time, I thought he was doing a good job. So anyway, that's how I got there. I was facing mandatory retirement. I wasn't ready to just go home, and so I accepted a position with the sheriff's office.
Other questions? Okay, I don't see anyone else, Mr. Thompson, that wishes to ask the question, so thank you very much for your presentation and your response. And we will ask that Mr. West be brought in, please. Yay. Just wait till they get your information passed out, please.
All right, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. West, and you may make your presentation, and if you don't have quite enough time, I'm sure there'll be some questions that might allow you to finish up or fill in some of the blanks. So please proceed.
All right, I am W, so I guess that helps. Good evening, Mayor Burgess and County Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to present tonight and to be a part of this process. I'd like to sum up these 5 questions that were given to us. Number 1, talking about the understanding and philosophy of the purpose and duties of the sheriff. My 32-year career with the Sheriff's Department, I know the statutory duties of the sheriff are to keep the peace, attend the courts, serve process and orders of the courts, and operate the jail of Rutherford County. Equally important is the fact that the sheriff is to protect the students, faculty, and staff in our county school system while developing bonds with those stakeholders and their families. My philosophy of what a sheriff should do is to set the tenor and core values of the agency for practicing community-oriented policing. The sheriff should instill upon his deputies the importance of public service. This philosophy is accomplished in many ways, but first and foremost, the question we ask our citizens when we are called upon should be, how can I help you today? My style of leadership and how that relates to previous positions in law enforcement. My style of leadership I adhere to is participative leadership. I value the input of others while also realizing the final decision must come from me. One of my previous jobs at the Sheriff's Office was at an SRO lieutenant as a field supervisor. At the time of holding this position, our division had approximately 4 to 5 sergeants and about 40 school resource officers. The planning for events that we had, especially the non-emergency situations, the input of other SROs was immeasurable, and it was always part of that team effort. Also, as past president of the National Association of School Resource Officers, it was always imperative that I worked with the regional directors as well as other executive committee members and took care of the business of the board of directors. With the input for these folks, we progressed the association in training SROs and supporting their efforts across the United States. 3 top priorities that I think should be focused on to address the appointed interim. Number 1, reestablishing a stable work environment with the dedicated employees of the department and to move forward with the healing process with the citizens by enhancing a culture of public service within the department. Back to basics. Create an environment, number 2, of one that will be fair and equitable in regards to hiring and advancement of deputies. And number 3, address the issues of the jail and decertification and prepare for the upcoming budget. Describing my personal strengths and weaknesses. My strengths include a passion for this community, my fellow officers, and always being part of a team. Working as a school resource officer for 23 of my 32 years has shown me the time that we spend with our children now is much more effective than when problems occur. My communication skills that I have learned by being an SRO and working with children, teenagers, young adults, their parents, community members, and my peers has also helped our SRO program to grow. I'm proud to be one of the first 5 SROs in our county in 1993, and I've had an active role in the program's growth since then. My weaknesses, everybody loves talking about their weaknesses, could also be the passion that I have for my job at times. I'm hard on myself when I work with a student or family, and sometimes bad decisions are still made by them. I always wonder what more I could have done. Also, when coordinating or being part of a team and planning programs, sometimes I lack in delegating enough for other people to get involved and help out. Why do I want this position? I spent my whole career here, and I love this community, and I love this department. And except for a 7-month period of time where I went back to my hometown, came back, I knew that this was the place that my wife and I wanted to raise our 3 children. And my grandfather was a career police officer in Columbia, Missouri. He was voted in at the time as a police chief, and I learned so much from him when I was a child about community policing, as well as my father, who was in the private business, in the food business, and I learned so much about the way he treated the community around him and their customers. And by learning from him, that got me into this position where I wanted to be in law enforcement and help people and eventually lead one day. I have been subjected to certain unfair practices at the administration in the last 6 years and have seen our department suffer. I love my community, and I think I owe it to our citizens to do my best to try to get things back in order. And the things I've always worked with my students about is I've always taught them that when you believe in something, you should stand up for that, and that's what I'm doing tonight. So.
All right, thank you then, Mr. West. Now, who has a question for Mr. West? Mr. P.
Bill, as you know, we've got several applicants that are either employees or former employees of the Sheriff's Department, and versus several people from outside of the department. Why do you think someone from inside the department could do a better job than someone from outside, or do?
I truly feel like that we can, because just with the knowledge and not being a true part of any of these administrations, but just being a deputy sheriff who's learned how to learn from the best of trainers over my career, and knowing the culture and the history and just what it involves being a deputy sheriff. And I'm proud the fact that I have been with this department for that long, and some of the issues that we have now, I hate that would ever be held against someone just because they're currently employed there. There's so many good people down there, and I think we should have the chance to help get this back together again.
Who else has a question, please? Mr. Phillips.
You've been an SRO for a good long while.
Yes, sir.
And thank you for servicing that area and the kids and children of our county. I appreciate all the work that you guys do. In all of those years that you've been an SRO, have you been pulled out, put back on patrol, or been involved in any more normal sheriff's deputies' duties outside of the SRO?
Other sheriff's duties. Most of those duties were done before the 7 years roughly that the 9 years roughly that I had was in patrol, investigations, narcotics investigations, helped start the original tactical team, those kind of things. But once I got into the SRO program, the assignment, that's where I've been since then. Probably the first 4 or 5 years of that was a member of the tactical team as well. But it's been, we've grown so fast and been our own entity that's been enough to keep a career busy. So,
just one follow-up. Have any administrative, supervisory skills, the number of people you supervised, and your responsibilities as it relates to their job performance and job evaluations and feedback to those employees?
Yes, sir. Currently, I supervise 7 officers on the north end of the county in those schools in the north end. When I was field supervisor for 8 years, I was right there, middle management, where we help work on evaluation processes, program goals setting, helping set up budget for the program, and as you know, we were getting pretty large as times came on, and currently up to roughly 57 officers in our division. So yes, sir, I've always, and being one of the original SROs, I've always had a role and been allowed to, regardless of whether I was a sergeant or lieutenant, I've always been a part of that planning, goal setting, personnel issues, those kind of things in our division. So, yes, sir.
Mr. Gurley.
Yes, if you were chosen Thursday night, would you build your management team from internal, external, or a combination?
Combination.
Other questions? All right then, Mr. West, thank you very much for your presentation and your response to these questions. Ms. Stevenson, bring all of the group back in. I'd like for them to be in here at least before we adjourn, okay? Just all of the bit, and you may stand aside, Mr. West, until they return, if you would, please.
Are we all back? 3, 4, 5, 6. Are they all back in?
All right, thank you. I think everyone has returned. I'd just like to say thank you to all of our candidates that have participated in this, and thank our commissioners. This has been a very informative, a very thoughtful and respectful discussion that we've had tonight, and we have conducted all of the business that's allowed for us to conduct tonight in this special session. So with that being said, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.